Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott, and we are going straight into Alien Abduction tonight. Movie producer, director John Yost is going to tell a great story here, and so glad all of you are here to see it, and you're going to love him. You're going to love him. I mean, the guy is a little pasty, a little dry, terrible hair, just trimmed his goatee. It's very disappointing, but that's okay. You'll still enjoy him tonight. Let's say hello to everyone in our chat room tonight. Spacey Tree with the gold medal tonight. Sugar Britches with the silver. Penny Van with the bronze medal. Hey, race fan, how you doing? Brown Dwarf, Chris 716, Doubleday, how are you? Michael Morris, Roy Boy, Lisa C, how are you? Kamloops Dave, what's happening, man? My Giants are going to kick the Blazers' ass. Going to tell you right now, they're going to kick the Blazers' ass in the first round of the playoffs. It's on, Davey. It's on. I might have to get tickets, and we'll have to go to a game. Sweet Donna, how are you? Firefly, what's happening? Laura Lobbs, D. Cohen, Derek Galloway, nice to have you all here. Go Giants, go. Paramarv, Luscious Jules, Thurston, now pumped up for hockey. Playoffs. Goon it up. Drop the gloves. Blazers suck. Anyways, moving on. That's all John Yost type of talk right there. Mindfort, how are you? Thurston Howell III, Mama Susan. What's going on? Mama Susan's going to be signing autographs after the show. Light up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Human Carl, thanks for coming on in. And who else do we got here? We have John Hinoyosa. John's going to be signing autographs after the show as well. Light up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. John does not like eye contact. He won't sign if you make eye contact. Zora, what's happening? Zach, Lee the Bee, Pam Harris, nice to have you all here. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Hi, Jenny White Bear. Love you, dear. Richard Elmore, Cosmic Floor, nice to see you. Susie B, Pat Toohey, Kurt M. I'm racing through here because I know I'm late. Kathy Evans, nice to see you. And where are we here? We got all you guys. There's some more that we got there. Matt Geek. W. David Page, nice to see you. Hi, Crystal J. Daryl's Airline. Zen1, good to have you all here. Chillgasm, what's happening? Nice to have you here. Hey, Shane Michael, what's going on, buddy? And Asteroid, nice to see you. Sparkles and Jessica. Sam Squatch, how are you? Thanks for coming on in. And Nancy Thames, good to see you. Michael Godbold, good to have you here. Pedman. And who else do we have? Evan Walters, you're pissing me off already, man. Sundance Kid, welcome to SOR Chat. And Eric Martin, thank you for joining us. Digger Dog, Arlie, welcome to SOR Chat. Eternity Eternal, what's happening? YJ Overlander, thanks for coming on in. Hi, Pandora's Box. We got to get the radio side started here. I'm missing the Northern Lights. Hey, Digger Dog, I'm sorry. Hey, YJ, have you gone outside to check out the Northern Lights yet? Apparently, they're going to be amazing tonight, and they're already started. Okay, Sensational Sherry, nice to see you. Millennium, my man, thanks for coming on in. Ozzy Sue, Jerry O'Brien, and who else do we have? Deb from Sac, nice to see you. Jerry, got you. Gong Show, thanks for coming on in. Hey, we're caught up. All right, we got like 30 seconds, and Bill WD40 is into the Spreaker chat room. And you know, Bill, he's going to lube us up for tonight's show because you got to go into a show smooth. You have to. Jeff Steve Garvey, he'll hit a home run for you. Thanks for coming on in. And remember, the Super Chat is open. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show. Our store is open on the website. And don't forget, check the ticker down below. We want to see you all in Vegas in 2 months. Here we go. Horns up. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading the Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. All right, we got a great show tonight. John Yost is here. We're going to talk about alien abductions and the answers around it. Is there answers? John's got a brand new documentary that's all over the place. You can get it and check it on out. It's considered literally one of the best that there has ever been on alien abduction. And John is actually going to be with us for 2.5 hours tonight because we're going to cancel the cryptid report for tonight. Robin McCrae has some family matters she needs to take care of, so we are going to be skipping that one. But we will have the Dave 101 at the bottom of hour number 3. Oh, yeah, it'll be a good one tonight. So let's get right to it. Now, where'd my script go? Oh, there it is. No, it's disappeared. Well, you know what? Sometimes errors happen. I don't know what happened there, but my script is gone. So I'll just make up an intro as I go. Let's see if I can do it. I did it all weekend at UFO Con. So let's see if I can do it. John Yost, by the way, is a person that I had never met until this weekend. And I have to tell you, out of all the people I have ever met in the UFO world, this man is one of the most down-to-earth, honest, and funny men that I have ever met. But his secret goes a little bit deeper than just that, because it wasn't until his new documentary was made, Alien Abduction Answers, that he finally came out and told his family. Yeah, this is a big secret John has been keeping for decades. And for him to get up on stage and tell it for the first time at UFO Con 2023 was pretty impressive. And the movie, even more impressive. Now, what's really cool about John is he comes from an area of Pennsylvania, which I have actually frequently visited. I have friends there. And there's a scene in the movie where he's standing beside this trestle track of railroad bridge that's probably about 118 years old right now. And right behind that bridge, there's a little bar called Thursdays. And John, every now and again, would go for a nice pint at Thursdays. And he'd look up at the bar, see this neon Labatt's Blue sign there. And off that sign was hanging a Canadian flag. Well, that flag was mine because I went there a few times hanging out with my buddies in Pennsylvania, and we hung out at Thursdays, and I decided that the bar needed some Canadian flavor. So I brought a Canadian flag for it, and John remembers that. I just think it's one of the coolest stories of synchronicity that I've ever heard or had experienced to me. But let's bring him on, because John is here to tell us all about his story, and you're going to absolutely love him tonight. John Yost, thank you so much for joining us on Spaced Out Radio. Dude, I wish you were here in studio. I could have spent another week with you just laughing and talking aliens and UFOs, man.
Well, Let me say this, Dave. I've said to you 100 times when we were together, I don't know anybody in the community at all. I mean, I met, of course, Mr. Whitley Strieber because he's in the film, but I don't know any personality. And I have to say that if everybody is like you, it's a really, really cool bunch because you are one of the nicest guys. In fact, when I grow up, I want to be you. So here we go.
Oh my. Oh my. That is absolutely beautiful. Your new Ray-Ban
You know,
glasses.
what do you
You know,
think? What do you think?
well,
Like,
yours are black. Mine are
oh,
actually navy blue.
well, they match my soul. That's why they're dark. That's why they're dark, brother. Listen, I think I look like kind of a deranged Superman. What do you think? No,
No, I think you look great. I think you look great.
you're a nice fella. Thank
Your
you.
hair, your hair is a little out of place, but that's okay. We'll forgive you for this.
Sorry. You made fun of me the whole weekend. By the way, the entire weekend, in front of everybody. For people who don't know you personally, you are merciless. You are merciless, and I loved it every minute of it. Every minute of it. You were a consummate MC. Lorian Fenton, who created that whole thing, she has been a very wise woman in getting you to be the MC because you are just charming. And I tell you something, I couldn't believe with such little information, the way that you were able to intro those speakers, who were all really excellent and very interesting as well. It was only my second conference, and I tell you something, I was blown away by the caliber of speakers. I was blown away by the caliber of the attendees. I had only gone to Roswell right before that to UFO Expo, and that was a wonderful experience. But I just tell you, everything was just beautiful there. And by the way, I would be remiss if I didn't reach out to and say hello to Mindforked, because I know that they were at one of those places. So I just wanted to say hi. Anyway, mutual admiration on the side. I'm very happy to be here with you tonight. Thank you very much, sir.
You know what? I got to tell you, John, one of my biggest complaints
Hmm.
about UFO or alien documentaries
Yes, sir.
is that it is the same people
Hmm.
telling the same story under a different name. And
Yeah,
no offense to the people involved, because hey, if I was asked to do 12 documentaries of the same and I'm getting paid for that, I'm going to do it.
sure,
Anybody would,
sure.
and I'm not trying to point out names. It's not their fault. I think it's the
Hmm.
directors and the producers' fault for
Yeah,
bringing in the same people on the same documentaries, just different names. And I
yeah.
have griped about that on the show. And then came along Alien Abduction Answers.
Hmm.
I don't give time for movies, John. And I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal or anything like that. But when you sit in the studio like I do and
Hmm.
you hear a lot of personal tales, and then you go and people who have really struggled with emotion, and then you go and watch the same people say the same thing on a different name, it gets frustrating. And I don't have time for that.
Hmm.
Then yours came along.
Yeah.
And I was absolutely gobsmacked and blown away by the emotion and the knowledge and everything that you put into it. And I want to congratulate you on
Oh,
going in a different realm and a different route. You really made it personal because this was, in essence, your personal story. Why did you feel, as we're going to get into the documentary a little bit later, but why
mhm.
did you feel so important that it was time for you to come out as an experiencer?
Sure. Well, first of all, I can't let that go without thanking you for that compliment. I really appreciate it. Just a couple things. Most producers and directors, they always have an end in mind. Okay, so they put together a documentary with an idea that they want to end in a specific place. So part of that is distribution, and so what they try to do is they try to guarantee distribution by putting these household names in there because these people all have TVQ, and and so they're kind of locked in by the formula. I wasn't interested in that at all. I was interested in the truth. I was interested in finding out really the answers, and I was looking for the answers myself. It wasn't that I had the answers. It was like, I don't damn it, I don't know the answers, and I need the answers. And so when I found these people, these were real people. And this is, by the way, I think the central point, which is that this abduction phenomena is absolutely real, and it is prolific. Regular people, normal people, your friends, your brothers, your uncle, the guy who lives down the street, your mom, your dad, everybody has had some sort of brush with something they can't explain. And they're rational people. They have real jobs. They have families. And something absolutely incredible happens to them, and they're completely nonplussed. They have no idea on how to handle it. And for certain, they don't want to say anything. They lose friends. I have lost friends. They lose family. I have lost family. And I know we're going to talk a little bit about that because I had to share that information with my family. Anyway, this leads to answering your core question, which was, what brought me to this point? When I was a kid, I had something happen to me when I was 7 years old back in Pennsylvania. And it happened in August of 1974. And it scared the hell out of me. And it shook everything I could possibly believe. And I was scared and ashamed and angry. And then on top of it all, I was hurt. I was physically hurt. And I was physically marked, which I bear the same mark to this day. And then on top of it all, the cherry on this crap sundae was I was forced to lie about it as a little boy. So I had no outlet to share and to understand and try to deal with it, And when you're a little kid and you're taught isolation, that is man, there is nothing more silent and more isolating than being alone in your own terror. And it shook me to the core. And I lived that life, my entire life, 45 plus years. And then something else happened to me about 3.5, 4 years ago. And I felt all of those feelings again. And it scared the hell out of me. And what happened, Dave, is that it shook me so badly. And I said this in my talk at UFOCon. You have to understand, it wasn't a 50-year-old guy dealing with something. It was a 7-year-old kid who had never, ever dealt with something. So all of that poison, all of that lying, all that obfuscation, all of that fear, all of that trauma, I'm getting choked up just talking about it. It came crashing down on me. And I'm not proud of this, man. I could not function. I'm a producer of television and film, and I couldn't do my job. I couldn't go outside. I had a tremendous fear of big sky and big water. I was crucified with this. My family noticed something was different. And of course, I never told them. And so what happened was, and I'm kind of telling this whole story backwards, but what happened is that I needed help. And a smarter person would have probably gone to a psychiatrist or something like that. But I was just so damned and determined to fix it myself, right? And so I started to read a little bit, and then I realized that there were, at the time, I didn't know there were so many, but I realized there were other people. And I wasn't interested, to be honest with you, and to be fair, I was not interested in their experiences. I didn't give a darn. What I was interested in was, if this stuff happened to you, how the hell do you live your life, right? How do you go shop for groceries knowing this stuff has happened to you? Where do you deal with that? It's paralyzing. And so I started to interview people, hoping to find some answers, right? And then along the line, I felt a little bit better, and then I started to share with them. And then something really strange happened. I had lived with this stuff inside me all my life, but I really hadn't examined it. And somebody on the outside hearing my story said, "Hey, listen, there's a piece in there. There's a gap in there. Did you ever want to explore that?" And I was shocked because, it's like, what do they say? Plain as the nose on your face, right? It was always there, but I never looked at it. And so that began this idea for a film, because here's the thing. When I started to realize that it wasn't just a couple of us, I mean, there were hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people on this planet who have had this brush with this other. And I'm talking about, in my particular case, taken from my home as a child and taken to a very, very strange place in the middle of the night and petrified. When I found out that there were thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who had lived through this, I realized that there were other people who might be hurt. Not everybody wants to go, hey, by the way, I'm glad it's a Happy New Year. And by the way, I was abducted by aliens. Nobody says that, right? Nobody wants to look like an idiot. Nobody wants to ruin their damn life. So I thought, look, if I can be their idiot, if I can be their scaramouche, if I can ask those questions that are nagging in the back of their mind, maybe I can help some people. You know what I mean? And so this film,
of yourself. It really
I'm sorry.
It's a difficult place to put yourself.
It's hard. I'll tell you that. And to talk about a different kind of isolation, I make the film, right, with my team, which is Rhino Pictures. And God bless you, by the way. I know you're going to sneeze. God bless you. I make this film. And, I do all kinds of stuff. I do sports and I do, kid shows and a lot of commercials and all this other stuff. So, my family doesn't really ask me what I'm doing because it's just kind of run of the mill for me. But when we were successful in getting it, distributed by a very large distributor, Virgil Films, I said, oh my God, I've never talked to my family about this. I got to have the talk. And I have to tell you, man, that was really, really hard because, I have two grown sons. I have a wife of 30 years. And, this talk started off as one talk, and then there were several of them. And then there were also questions, like, is the pressure too much for dad? Is he maybe abusing drugs? Is he maybe abusing alcohol? Is this what it is? My wife, I have to tell you also, I'm not proud of this. She felt a little betrayed. We had known each other for 33 years. I had never spoken about it in my life. And she, it took some time to get over that. So, and then, the coup de grace was this. I was at a wedding before the holiday. And the film had come out in May. And people that I knew my entire life walked up like this close and talked across me, would not look at me, it's not stare me in the eye. They would not look at me. They wanted nothing to do with me. And that was really painful. It was really painful.
A lot of us who have gone through that emotion, and, our radio audience can't see it, but I mean, your eyes are watering. I mean, when your own family disowns you because they think you have lost your marbles,
sure,
because of something that has happened so personal to you, it really is something, how can we put it? It's something that is very off. And the people that you're supposed to trust, the people who have told you their entire lives that they love you, now betraying you.
Yeah.
I had it happen with all my friends. When I decided to move north to get away from everything, to concentrate on this and everything else, my phone doesn't ring. No. 8 years. And it's hard.
Yes.
And I think all of us can feel that emotion within you. And for you, like, getting back to your wife and kids, because that's the most important part. When you look at telling your wife, how did you go about it?
I am not a good-looking guy. I am a grotesque crier. So let me just tell you this. There was a lot of that. There was a lot of emotion. I spoke to all of them at the same time. And like I said, it was a series of conversations. I got a lot of, arched eyebrows in the very beginning, like, what? What is going on? But they had, as I said, I've been marked. When I was a child of 7, during this, I actually had a fight. I laid hands on this entity that took me. And in that struggle, I had been touched on my left shoulder, and there was a huge flash of light, and I've been knocked backwards. And there's this huge scar on my left shoulder, and it's probably like 1.5 inches long. And people say they see different shapes. To me, it looks like a thumbprint, and it's raised, and it changes color and changes temperature. And of course, throughout my life, I've been asked about it, right? I played a lot of sports in high school and university, and hey, Yost, what's that? And I just made up stuff. I said, a shark bit me. I got shot. And so I had made up all kinds of stuff about it, because anything, and I mean, Dave, anything would have been better than to say, I was abducted. You didn't want to say that, right? So I had this mark that everybody had known. My kids knew, my wife knew. But then I had to finally tell them the origin. So there was an anchor in reality for them, because they had always seen that mark, right? And but the explanation wasn't a joke anymore. I had to tell them the truth. And I mean, God bless them. Of course, you can't, I always say this, you can't eat an elephant in one bite. This body is not the result of one double whopper, right? It's many years of abuse of this body. So you can't take a few pills and just, be skinny. So you can't lie your entire life and everything be okay in a week, right? So it's taken some time, but God bless them. Our relationships have all been very tight, and they've come to this place where now they know that I'm telling the truth. And then there's a whole other level to that, because that betrayal that my wife felt, and there was acceptance. It was almost like grieving, denial, and then grieving, and this sort of thing, and anger, and then fear. To be honest with you, she was afraid for herself. She was afraid for her children. Would this phenomena touch us, as a family? And that was hard as well. When humans are involved, this is like a Rubik's Cube. There are all kinds of permutations. It's just like, okay, well, these 2 guys from Venus stopped by and picked me up. That's not the truth. It's very, very complicated.
You got that right. John, I'm going to get you to hold on right there, because we are going to go to break here.
Yes, sir.
At the bottom of the hour. John Yost, director, producer of a great new, and I'll tell you right now, I think it's the best alien abduction documentary that is out there right now, and you definitely want to check it on out if you want to know what it's like to have real alien abduction. It's called Alien Abduction Answers by John Yost, our guest tonight. And I look forward to getting into this documentary when we get into the second hour. And we're going to extend John tonight because it's such an important story. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right, let's give a shout out to the people who are coming on in. SJ, how you doing, man? Mr. Catfish, thank you for that second super chat, my man. Really appreciate it. We'll go over the list here momentarily. And who else has joined us here? Let's see here.
Kira was there.
Yep. Tall blonde. Yep.
Beautiful lady. Very nice.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're a Pleiadian.
Well, Mark, her husband, is my brother from another mother. Love that guy.
Mark is amazing. I love
him. Love him.
Mark is he's like one of Kira's husband. For those of you who don't know, Kira in our chat room. Okay, she is part of our Spaced Out Radio team, and her husband Mark is like, you don't even need to know him and immediately you feel like he's your long lost brother. He's just that guy, that guy. And God, I love the guy. He's just amazing. Hey, War Criminal and Obi Flett, how you guys doing? Free Your Mind, thanks for coming on in. Yeah, I was so as excited as I was to see Kira, and I love Kira to death. She's helped me so much behind the scenes. Seeing Mark was I was so pumped up to see him. So pumped.
Good guy.
Oh, great guy. Yeah. So, you make any new friends while eating Taco Bell? Now, for the record, people, when I spent $60 on Taco Bell,
you did.
Okay, I shared it.
You did. You did.
I shared it between 5 of us.
Yeah, you were kind of like the Lord, breaking the fishes and the loaves, and you shared it with everybody.
And trust me, I didn't want to. I didn't want to at all.
It tasted great. What were those blue drinks you were drinking the last night?
What were they called? They were like,
I don't know. They look poison. They look like poison.
Yeah, liquid Drano, to be honest.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they were called liquid Drano or something like that, but they had a little taste of coconut to them.
How nice. How nice,
yeah.
Sir. How nice.
Yeah. Did you eat at Tommy's? No. Rano and let's see here. I think we're good. Thank you to Deb, Catfish ×2, Mindfork, Kira, Donna, Pam S, and Blue Cruise for the amazing super chats. And we really do appreciate it. Really do. Oh, John, I wish you were coming to Vegas, man.
Brother, I would love to. I would probably hound you because you were one of the funniest guys I've ever met. And it was just a great joy to meet you there.
So right over my house right now, I'm being sent a picture by my friend. This is over top of my house right now.
Oh my God, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's hard to see. I apologize because of the screen stuff, but
it's beautiful.
Yeah.
You want to run outside and come back?
No, I'll do that in the next break. I'll grab some pictures. I'll grab some pictures of the next break.
Good.
Yeah. I remember on a reminder to every one of you out there who is planning on coming to Vegas, because apparently we're getting screwed by John Yost not coming. Bastard. Dirty underwear guy. Anyways.
You said you'd never tell.
Yeah, I know.
Sir.
What's that?
I said, sir.
But we want to remind you that we have changed the emails because we were having problems with our email server. If you haven't heard from us, email us at spacedoutradio@gmail.com because our emails are apparently not going through to Gmail accounts. So make sure that you guys do that. We want to make sure we get as many of you said you're coming. We want to get you there. We want to get that information up. I got to know how many swag bags I'm making, people. I need to know. And we're running out of time. So you got to help me out here. spacedoutradio@gmail.com if you're coming to Vegas, and let me know what ticket package you are getting for us. And we got like 25 seconds left. Yeah. I can't even look at you. I'll start laughing.
Look now.
Yep.
Sorry. Sorry.
My God. Gizmo, how you doing? Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, John Yost is here. This man is a documentarian. He's a producer of his film called Alien Abduction Answers. He is the main star of the movie. Why? Well, when he was 7 years old, he was scarred for life by extraterrestrials. John, thank you so much for letting us chat with you tonight about this important subject. First off, before we kick it off, where can people get this show, Alien Abduction Answers?
Yes, sir. Right now, it's available all throughout North America. The DVDs are available Amazon.com. The film can be streamed on Amazon Prime. It's on iTunes and Apple TV. It's on Google Play. It's on YouTube, believe it or not. You can rent it on YouTube. And then on April 15th, it will be available internationally.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And once again, I will say, and I have no problem putting my voice behind it, this is the best alien abduction documentary I've ever seen. It really is. And how you nailed it out of the park for being a rookie in this field. I look, I know you're not a rookie to filmmaking.
No, I know what you mean, though.
But in this field, we're very protective about what stories come out in this field, because so many times you get these people who are starting a story and they're starting to tell your story, but then they bring in this full line of skeptics to absolutely tear it apart in the last half. And we've seen that ad nauseum. You didn't do that. You went start to finish with the actions of what was going on. So let's go back to when you were 7 years old. Okay, you mentioned a little bit in the first half, but let's get into detail now. 7 years old, what happened?
Sure. Okay, I was. This will come up in the story. I was the smallest kid in my class until I was in high school, so you'll understand why that's important in a second. It was August in 1974. I was 7 years old, and my parents were not wealthy, and so we didn't have air conditioning in the home, and so the windows were all open, and I was dead asleep, and I was awakened by this sound. It's kind of like undulating drone, like a like that. I know I made a fool of myself, but that's the way it sounded. Anyway, I got up. I was kind of angry. You know, I was tired. I'm a little kid. I'm tired. I played all day. And I couldn't get back to sleep because this droning kept going on. And so I go to the bathroom. I go in there, and then I'm getting some water, and then the water is running for a long time, and I don't understand why I'm standing there, but I just feel like I'm waiting for something or whatever. I don't understand it. And then eventually I turn off the water, and I go to the bathroom door, and I open it up. Now, in that doorway was, to my 7-year-old eyes, a character I'd seen 1,000 times on television. There was this guy named Ultraman, and he was on Japanese television, and he was this giant. I mean, you know, like a 7-story giant. It was all silver, and he had a big oval head and these huge eyes. And he fought the monsters, right? He fought like guys like Godzilla and that sort of thing. And so I loved, you know, Ultraman. I wasn't afraid of him. The only difference was this Ultraman was my size. And as I said, I was the smallest kid in my class until, you know, high school. So I noticed that was a little strange, but I wasn't afraid. And I got very, very close to this Ultraman guy. And I literally nose to nose, like uncomfortably close. And then something happened which changed everything. I've described it a couple of times, and it's just like it's a terrifying thing. It's like a trigger in me. It makes me upset. If your audience has ever stood on a beach and the water rolls up over their ankles, and as it goes back out to the water, it starts to pull the sand out from underneath their feet, and they feel like they're falling backward. That's the way it felt. And this little boy, he was petrified, terrified by that feeling, and didn't understand it. And literally, I flailed out like a drowning man. And when I did, I laid hands on this character. I actually hit him. And I say him, but I don't know it was a him, but I actually hit him. And there was this blinding flash of light. And then I felt like I was moving. I couldn't tell all these lights, green and blue and yellow and magenta, just flashing by my eyes, like almost like I was on this carousel that was out of control, or like a speeding, like a bullet train. I couldn't make out the landscape. And I'm in the middle of this fight. I'm scared to death now, absolutely petrified. And now I'm kind of like fighting for my life. When I come to my senses, something very strange has happened. I have somehow switched places with this character. He is now inside the bathroom with his back to the bathroom, and my back is to the hallway. And I'm in the middle of this fight, and I go to hit him. And when I do, I say he again, he raises his hand and he touches me right here on my left shoulder. I feel this tremendous power, almost like a wave, like if you're in the ocean and you get hit in the chest and it just knocks you down. And I fell back, but there were these hardwood stairs behind me going to the first floor. And man, I fell, and I fell ugly. I fell up and over and banging off walls and smashing my head. And I lay down at the bottom of this set of stairs in this heap. And I am screaming. I am screaming like a banshee. Well, my parents' bedroom was on the first floor, right? And they come running around, like, what the hell's happened here? And I'm getting upset again. I'm screaming that Ultraman is upstairs. My father's a big guy, he hears, intruder, right? So he bounds up those stairs and he's slamming doors. My mom is kind of holding me. I'm just shaking and crying and sobbing. After some time, my dad comes to the top of the stairs and he looks down. He looks pissed off. He looks angry. And, he's upset. He's angry. He's, drowsy. And there's nothing up there, right? So my parents take me back upstairs. And they do what parents do. Hell, I would have done it too. You open up the closet. You should see, there's nothing here. Look under the bed. See, there's nothing here. Trying to calm me down. And eventually they lay me down in the bed. And my mom gives me a little kiss on the forehead. And I don't know why, but I passed out. And my only idea about that is that I've been so pumped with adrenaline. It was like an adrenaline dump, and I was exhausted from it. So I pass out. Now the next day I wake up. Now remember, this is summer break, right? And I'm a little kid in the 70s. Today you can't get kids off a sofa, because they have their screens. But back in the 70s, you grabbed a waffle and you ran outside and you played all day. And that's what you did. And that's what I did. And I felt like I had been beaten up by a bully. But I didn't think about it. I was a little sore and whatever. So I come back in. My mom calls me in for dinner. And she says, she says, you are disgusting. Because it was so humid and I've been playing all day. She said, you're going to get a bath before we have dinner. And I didn't want to. I'm a little boy. I don't want to take a bath, So my mom's struggling with me with the t-shirt, and she takes it off, and she's looking at all these bruises, right? And all these contusions all over my body. And then she gets to my shoulder, my left shoulder, and she says, oh my God, honey, what happened here? And I look around, I'm like, Mom, I told you, it was Ultraman. And she looked really sad. She looked really, really sad. And she She gave me a little kiss on the forehead. She said, honey, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. And then a couple of days later, my dad is taking me to the doctor. And we pull into the parking lot. And he says to me, now listen, when we get in there, I don't want to hear any of this, Ultraman BS. You keep that to yourself, right? And I love my dad, and I don't understand why this is important. So I said, yeah, sure, Dad, no problem. So we go in, the doctor's checking me out, and this is a couple of days later. So my bruises are, starting to yellow and heal and stuff. And then he gets to my shoulder. He says, oh, sport, what the heck happened here? And I start to blurt out, well, there was this guy. My dad is looking at me, man. He is giving me the eye. Yeah, he's giving me the eye. And, once again, today kids mouth off to their parents all the time. But back in the 70s, if your father gave you the eye, you know what the heck that meant. Shut your darn mouth. And so I looked at him, and I said, oh, I'm sorry. I was just, I was playing and I fell. So he looked at it, and then he manipulated it and asked me if it hurt. And then he wanted to see if there was liquid in it and this sort of thing. And then after a few minutes, he gave me a lollipop and I walked out the door. My dad is taking me home, and he pulls into the driveway of my parents' home, and he takes a different tone with me. He drops his register in his voice and he says, now listen. So I'm telling you something. I never, ever, ever want to hear about this Ultraman guy. I want you to shut your damn mouth about it. I don't want you to scare your mother. I don't want you to scare your sisters. You shut up about it. And now I'm afraid. Now I'm afraid.
The law was laid down. I mean, back then, when Dad spoke, we listened. And I'm sure your dad had my dad had those eyes that could tear you apart. Didn't matter if he spanked you or put you in the corner or whatever. When the eyes came out, that was the fear of God, man.
Yeah. I was afraid. I was afraid of, I don't want to say I was afraid of him, but I was afraid of his tone, because it almost, and this is where it gets really complicated. I felt like I had done something wrong, right? Because you always blame yourself. So I felt like I did something wrong. And then I was scared about what this really meant. And then I was scared to tick off my dad. And I was just, and I still don't, at this point, I don't understand why this is important. And that unknowing, that being in a void scares you as well. So I never said anything. I didn't talk about it. I didn't, and then, like I said, as I got older, I made up, I've said this before, Dave, you wear glasses, right? So, when you got up this morning, you didn't say, I think it's a great idea to see clearly, and so I shall put these spectacles on. That didn't happen. You got up, rubbed your eyes, and said, I can't see anything. I got to go take a smoke. Let me put these glasses on and walk outside so you don't fall down. It's like muscle memory. And so I lied so much. I lied to myself. But that memory was so emblazoned in my mind. I could tell you everything about it, but it was in the back. It didn't have anything to do with me today. When I grew up, I went to school. After school, I got a job with a huge company, freight forwarding and U.S. Customs, and I became one of the youngest U.S. Customs brokers in the country. I lived around the world. I lived in Germany. I did work overseas. I did work in Washington, D.C., New York City, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, around the country. And I just lived my life. After about 10 years, it became a job, like a job. And I just lost this juice. And I felt like I was wasting my life. And so I wanted to do something that I had passion for, And so I always wanted to get in film and television. Let me tell you something. There were quite a few people in my life who told me that I was an idiot. And that's the nicest word they used.
No.
Yes. But then I went on, and I've worked in the business for over 30 33 years, 35 years. I've done all kinds of stuff. I've done stuff on camera. I did a lot of writing. I did a lot of producing, a lot of directing. And I've directed around the world again, in Belgium and New York and, California, whatever. And this kind of stuff that I've done, you've probably seen one of the thousands of the commercials that I've done, all kinds of different budgets, huge budgets and small budgets. And then done stuff for History Channel and, travel stuff and food stuff and history stuff, about Battle of the Bulge, just normal stuff, nothing to do with paranormal, nothing to do with anything. And then something happened. I don't know how much time we have in this segment.
We got about 8 minutes.
Okay, I'll go. So I'm in a place called Borrego Springs, California. It's very flat. It's very arid. It's desert-like. And we're doing a big shoot. I got like 15, 17 people with me. I can't remember. It's like 15, 17 people. We had done this night shoot. We came in. I was inside the house. We rented this big ranch house so we could keep everybody together. Out there in the nowhere land, it's like herding cats. So you want to keep everybody together. And so I'm inside. We're downloading the materials, to make sure that we had copies. So as we go to the coast, we don't lose anything. Everybody else is up by the pool behind the house. I go out there. They pour me a drink. We're gonna do a toast. We're gonna do it like a nightcap, right? I raise my glass. I see a glint of light in the glass, and my mind is searching for, like, what the heck is that? And then I said, oh, that's the moon. And then I went, wait a minute, that's not the moon. There's no moon. I'm the producer on this. I know. I scheduled the shoot on a night where there's no moon so we can control the light, right? As I drop my glass, I see right above the house, about 30 feet above the house, this blue-green, self-luminous, irregular shape type thing, a kind of pear, kind of egg thing hanging there. And my mind again races to figure out what the hell that is. And I come up with this mind, you know what it is? It's a Mylar balloon, like a get well balloon or happy birthday balloon. And then my mind checks me again. I'm like, what are you talking? That thing is as big as a Volkswagen. There's no way. And one of my camera guys, Scotty, he had just come out for a drink. I grabbed him. I turned him. He says, oh my God. Just then, these 15 people around this place, they were all saying, oh my God, what is that? Is that a UFO? What? Just then, this damn thing, Dave, I'm going to tell you something, man. It moved so fast. It was like a blink, and it moved in a zigzag, and it stopped right above my head.
No way.
And I don't know how long it was there. Maybe a second, maybe a minute. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you something. I felt that feeling that I had felt when I was a 7-year-old kid. I felt that sand moving up from underneath my feet, and it scared me to death. Zips away about 20 feet. People are still humming about it. Oh my God, look at this. Oh my God, look how fast. And then it just drifts off into the desert. Now, there are 15 people with me. We're all looking at this darn thing. And it just, it's all flat so we can watch it for like a minute and a half. And then it blinks out. Now, everybody is kind of jazzed about it. Like, what did we see? Oh, nobody had a camera? Oh, crap. And I am dying inside. I don't know if you've ever been that cold or that sick or that whatever. Like, you're so scared that your insides are shaking. And that's the way I was. And I'm not proud of this, but I made some stupid excuse and went back to the room. I barricaded the door with this bed and my luggage up on top, and I sat in a corner and I cried my eyes out. And I could not control myself. It was just like gushing out of me. 50 years of denial, 50 years of all this stuff. I don't know what happened when it was above my head. Did they take me again? Did it activate something? I don't know. Was it a wake-up call? Was it a knock on my door? I don't know. But it scared the hell out of me. And I was so angry. I mean, you're in the business, so you understand. In our business, you have to be very anal retentive. You got schedules and checks, and you got to make sure that everything goes. And there's a lot of money involved that's usually not yours. So you have to be very, very tight. Left brain. That's who I was. And I was really, really good at my job. And so I was so pissed off at myself. And so, I determined the next morning, I didn't sleep at all. I'm going to take a hot shower. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'm going to go out and kick butt. Then I got the coffee, and I couldn't go outside. I was afraid of the sky. I was afraid of that water. I was afraid. And that just made me furious. This was totally unexpected. I had no idea what was going on. I was so kicked off. So I had to wake up guys to go with me, which is strange because I'd worked for, I told you, Rhino Pictures for the last 13, 14 years. So they knew me very well. They're making jokes about, well, you're not going to listen to our opinion anyway, because that's the way I was. And they just thought it was very strange. And it got worse. After 3 or 4 days, we finished the shoot. I made it back to the coast, and I have to tell you, I was drunk as hell. I was drunk as a skunk, because that was the only way I was going to get out there and get into that plane. I could not face anything. And I drank myself into oblivion. When I got off the plane, my family and friends, they knew something was wrong. And this is where everything gets really weird. Yeah.
Before we get into the weirdness, because we only have a couple minutes before we have to go to break, going through this and having, and I know this term these days is thrown around way too loosely, but it almost sounds like the PTSD of when you were a child came right through to this light that you were experiencing and brought all that childhood trauma and fear back. Is that a fair assessment, John?
I think you have your finger right on it, David. I do. Yes. It wasn't, as I said a little earlier, it wasn't this 50-year-old guy dealing with something, rationally. It was a 7-year-old kid who had never, ever dealt with it. And all that pent-up stuff. And then all that lying. I mean, when you're negative, it poisons everything you do, everything you touch, every relationship you have. And it was devastating to me. I was completely crestfallen.
You decided to take this into your own hands.
Yes,
and
sir.
You decided to take control of it. And that's what we're going to get into in the next hour here on the show. But, I mean, how did you find the inner strength to come out, or are you still not there yet?
I'm not there yet. And David, you gave me a compliment that I do not deserve. I don't have inner strength. I was desperate. I was desperate to find an answer. I was desperate to deal with it. I was desperate because this thing was paralyzing me and it was ruining my life. And that's why I started to try to find help. And that's where the movie begins.
I don't think people who have never gone through this understand how hard this is. The answers aren't like a psychological problem that you can just go look up in a book at the library or Google and say, hey, I'm bipolar, or I've got mental issues, or, I've got split personality, or any other type of serious mental disorder. This has nothing to do with that. When you are questioning reality on a daily basis because you know that 90% of the people around you are in the dark, that leaves you for one lonely world. Alien Abduction Answers can be found everywhere online right now in North America. John Yost, director, producer, star of the film. We continue with his experiences on Spaced Out Radio next. All right, we are clear. We got about 6 minutes, John. I'm going to step away. I'm going to go see if I can grab some photos of the Northern Lights.
Get some beautiful pictures. Thank you.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure tits. Big ones.
God bless America, sir. God bless America.
God bless Canada.
God bless Canada. God bless Canada.
Blame Canada.
Never.
I'll be right back. I'll put you in the green. All right, I am back. Northern Lights are kind of blocked out for me right now.
Hmm.
I'll have to check after the show. That's all right. Big thank you tonight so far to Deb, Catfish times 2, Mind Forked, Kira, Donna, Pam S., and Blue Cruz for the amazing super chat. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Talkin, how you doing? And number 31 in your program, starting in goal from Stockholm, Sweden, Lars Jansson. And Let's Go Gaming, how you doing? Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us, please, at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us, Clam? YAF. YAF is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with director, producer of a great film on alien abduction. It's called Alien Abduction Answers. John Yost is our guest tonight. He is the man behind the movie, describing his own experiences with what's going on. Now, John, you decided to start looking for answers, and it got a little weird because you'd never known anybody in this field. You never knew where to turn, where to look. How did you find the people that you needed to feel that could help you?
Well, like I said, a smarter person would have looked for some help, like in a traditional way. They would have gone to a psychiatrist or something. But I was so angry with myself and so determined to do something about this. It's almost a cliche. For producers, you never say this can't be done. You say, how are we going to get it done, right? And so I'm just so ingrained that way that I was determined. And as I said earlier, my entire focus was not on other experiences. I'm kind of ashamed of that. I didn't give a darn about other people's experiences at the very beginning. I was looking completely for myself. I was selfishly looking for some help for me. And I wanted to know how people dealt with it. And so I realized, I'm nobody special. I'm a nobody. And so what I did was I realized that other people must have had this type of experience. And so I started to look for any kind of literature. And so I started to read a couple things, and then that led me to, there are different groups, meetup groups and this sort of thing. And I would do a little research, and that would allow me to talk to a few people and just kind of pick their brains. And then that led me to a place where I found that it totally, to my complete surprise, that there were people around the world actually that gathered together, that these people are, abductees or they're contactees or whatever, but they've had this experience, and some of them have had wonderful experiences. Some of them have terror-filled experiences like me. But what they would do is they would get together and they would talk about it, and they would try to work through it. And so I want to give myself a compliment. I want to say that I was fascinated. No, I was desperate. And so that led me to a place called Big Arb, Wisconsin. And there was this group of people. And so I was able to record some of those interviews. And that's where you see these beautiful people who are in the film. And that led me to face something that I had never faced. Earlier in our conversation, I had mentioned that, it's plain on the nose of my face that there was this piece that I couldn't remember. And the piece that I couldn't remember was, how the heck did I get switched around? How did I end up in the hallway and this cat end up in, the bathroom doorway? And so there, they said that you need to meet somebody who can really, really help you. And they talked about this stuff called regression. Now, once again, I'm not proud of who I am. I'm just telling you the truth. I used to think that crap, it was all crap. I thought it was crap. Like, you're going to hypnotize me. I can't really be hypnotized. It's going to be bull crap. And so they introduced me to this woman named Debs Shakti. Okay. And I think earlier I said that I was the smallest kid in my class until, high school. Well, I'm about 6'3" now and 270 pounds. I'm no longer the smallest kid in the room, which confounded me because I was afraid of everything now. And I'd never really been afraid all my life. And this little woman, this Deb Shakti, she's very petite. She's tiny. She said, I can help you. I can help you. And once again, I'm not proud, but I scoffed at that. I thought it was just BS. And I'm not a misogynist. It had nothing to do with that. I just thought, okay, what are you going to do? Pull out a shiny pocket watch and that sort of thing. And she said to me, with a little wistful smile, she said, John, to tell you the truth, I'm really not going to do anything. She said, you have to understand the condition that you're in. And this is the condition. You have built this emotional blister around yourself that has protected you all your life. You filled it with lies and busyness and workaholic and booze and whatever else to insulate you from this. It's kept people away from you, kept people away from asking you important questions. She said, all I'm going to do is I'm going to just teach you how to relax. And when you relax enough, you'll walk down that hallway that you constructed. And you'll open that door that you locked. And you'll open that filing cabinet that you sealed so many years ago. And all you're going to do is you're going to observe and report. And so she did a couple of exercises with me to prove that it could be done. And what she did was she took me back to like my favorite Christmas, right? And it was a beautiful memory, and I really enjoyed it. I could smell the pine. I could see my sisters coming down in their, in their PJs, and my mom and dad laughing, and the little train around. It was beautiful, and it was so vibrant. It was like I was standing in the room, almost like Scrooge, in Christmas Past, and staring at it. I couldn't believe it. So we did that a couple of times, and what she did was she put a suggestion in my mind that every time I went under, I would go deeper and deeper and deeper. And then finally, she said, I think you're ready to actually delve into this sensitive subject. And I have to tell you, immediately I was petrified. But something also occurred to me. I had been suffering so much, and I was starting to feel a little better, just a little better, that I realized that there were so many other people out there who had suffered like me, who didn't have a Debs Shakti, didn't have this group, didn't have a camera, right? Didn't have the wherewithal to get answers. These people would never, ever, ever talk to their inner circle about this because of the shame, because of the stigma, because it ruined their careers. I have to tell you, this is not a resume builder. David, IBM has not called me and said, listen, we'd like you to be the CEO because you've been abducted. That's not happening to me. So anyway, I was afraid of what I would say. I was afraid I was going to find out something I didn't want to know.
Right.
And I have to tell you something, Dave. I'm going to admit something to you now. And this is really kind of a bent, sick admission. Part of me wanted it to be child abuse. I wanted me to have this regression and remember somehow being like burnt by a cigarette or beaten up or something like this, because I didn't want to face the idea that all my life I carried this memory and I had suffered for something that was BS. If it was child abuse, I could at least put it in a box that made, legitimate, you know, an explanation that everybody else would go, oh, well, what a poor kid, he suffered. And, we have a lot of empathy for him. I didn't want it to be what it was. And so at that moment, I realized that all these people had suffered. And I thought, you know what? Maybe I can make a project that would help them. Maybe I could make a film that they could, kind of live vicariously through me. I could ask all the stupid questions. I could be the fool for them. I could embarrass myself. They could sit in the comfort of their own home, the safety of their own sofa. And if they wanted to turn it off, they could turn it off. But they didn't have to risk anything. And so I wanted to do that. And so I told Debs that.
Right.
And she took me to task, man. She was totally against it. She said, listen, we are not playing some game. This is not a carnival, right? We're dealing with your psyche, your soul, your consciousness, your life. We can't play some silly board game with this. But then I explained to her what my goal was, and then she changed her mind. She, I talk a lot about Debs when I talk about the film, because I just consider her like a guardian angel. She's one of these people. I don't want to trigger anybody out there, but I've heard this term before. It's called like Christ consciousness. This is somebody who'd give the shirt off their own back. There's somebody who'd love you more than you'd love yourself. Somebody who would just help you no matter what. And she's that kind of person. You get that vibe immediately when you talk to her, and so when I told her that I wanted to help people, she thought about it and she agreed. But she put all kinds of rules. I mean, nobody else could be around. We had to be isolated. So I thank God we have all the toys, right? So I had all these remote cameras, and we had to daisy chain batteries, and people couldn't be in the building. And that session was 6.5 hours. And in that session, I learned that, number one, I had been taken many times before. Number two, that was not Ultraman. Oh, no, indeed, it was not Ultraman. Number three, I was not taken on any ship at all. And number four, I found out what they did to me and what I participated in. And that blew my mind. When I came out of that, I was dehydrated and exhausted and wiped out. And I could not watch that footage for quite a while. And then when I did, I could only watch a little bit of it. And people who've seen the film, they realize when they watch it, it's raw. You're watching the actual regression. And what's so hard about it, and it's like a non sequitur. You see this big guy, and he's talking like a little kid. You hear him speak in that 7-year-old voice where he's petrified. It's so, Dave, I tell you, it's hard to watch. It's hard for me to talk about.
I know it is, and we can hear the emotion that is coming out of your voice. And I want to ask, John, as you're going through this, getting that clearer picture where you're looking behind the facade of Ultraman.
Yes, sir.
What did you see? What triggered it?
Well, number one, as I said, that was not Ultraman. It was an insect-like entity that was a little bigger than me. It had dark brown, kind of leathery skin, and it had antennae. Not like exoskeleton, not like an ant, but more like truncated branches I'm sure you've seen deer with new horns, and they have like a fuzz on them, a villi. It almost looked like that, but they were truncated, meaning they weren't pointy. They were like flat at the top, and they came out of his head, and they also came out of his cheeks. And somehow, please don't ask me how, because I don't know. There was some sort of energy or power or something coming out of those horns that were some sort of coercive power that he was making me come with him. And I had gone with him many times before. And when I saw him, I said, oh, in reality, not my screen memory, but in my reality, I was like, oh, I know who you are, and I'm not going with you. And so this is why I was fighting with him, and I was throwing fists and hitting him because I did not want to go again. And then there was this like heat that came up from the floor and this very bright light, and we were gone. And I was not taken on a ship. I was taken somewhere subterranean. It was this massive, massive cavern. And I mean, the way I try to describe it to people is like, if I walked you out into a stadium at midnight and put you in the middle of the stadium on the field and turn off all the lights, it was that sense, that cavernous. And at the top of the kind of the dome was a hole, but it was irregular. It looked like there was like moss coming down or whatever, and I could see stalagmites and stalactites, and I could smell the moisture in the air. And he was there, but there were also many other aliens, entities, I don't know, and they looked like, like a gray, but they weren't grays in that traditional sense. They had kind of this elongated face, and in the film we do a very good job of trying to recreate it. That was very hard for me to shoot because we were underground in some caves to shoot that with those entities. And I remember as a little boy, I called them, remember, I was a 7-year-old kid, so I had nicknames for things. I called that ant guy the bully, and those guys were the horse heads. And they didn't look like horses, but they just had long faces, and that's why as a little kid, I called them the horse heads. And they put me on this kind of recliner. I don't remember it being a table, but I remember being reclined. And in front of me were these 3 massive, massive screens. And I'm talking like 60 feet high and 30 feet. I mean, just gigantic. And there were all of these pictures, this montage of pictures and a mosaic of pictures. And there were all kinds of pictures that made a picture, which made a picture, and it was smaller, 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 smaller. And the only thing I can try to represent it by is this, back in the 80s and the 90s, malls were still around. And you used to see these displays where they would have like something on an easel. It looked like, say, Abraham Lincoln. But when you got real close to it, it was 1,000 pictures of Abraham Lincoln, tiny little pictures of Abraham Lincoln that made up a picture of Abraham Lincoln. And it was like that. There were all these little pictures, tiny, tiny, tiny pictures in them. And they were moving from my right to my left. And I remember as a little boy being ticked off. I was learning how to write cursive, right? A, B, C, D. And of course, I write English, so it's left to right. And these were moving right to left. And I kept saying, they're doing it wrong. They're doing it wrong. And I was mad at them. This is how ridiculous this is. I was pissed off at these things that they were doing this wrong. And the pictures were nonsensical. They didn't mean anything. The information was coming up between the lines, between inside, the separations between the minuscule pictures. And anyway, so I got lost there. I don't know, David. Did I answer your question?
No, I think you did. I mean, looking back at it, as now a man in his 50s, having to relive that 7-year-old understanding of it, knowing that these creatures, the first one you saw that you thought was ant-like. I mean, how did that make you feel, knowing that they weren't projecting themselves to you? They were putting something into your head to camouflage themselves.
Yeah. I've struggled with that. I've had a long time. The film came out in North America on May 3rd. So I've had to live with this for a while, and I've had some time to chew it and really kind of examine it. Because when you're afraid, you're like a deer in the headlights. You can't examine anything. You know what I mean? You're just petrified of it. You avoid it. But going through this has allowed me time, and I've forced myself to examine it and talk about it. And a couple things occurred to me. In the film, we talk about screen memories. And I'm trying to figure out, was that screen memory of Ultraman my screen memory, a genuine screen memory that I put in to protect myself from the trauma, a little boy protecting himself? Or in fact, was it their camouflage, projecting something into my mind so I would go? And to be honest with you, my film's called Alien Abduction Answers. I don't have an answer to that particular thing. I don't know. It could be either one of those. If they do project something into your mind, it is completely to take you off guard. And I have heard, in my research and interviews, they have projected, family members who have passed, the dead are dead. They have produced all kinds of different images in people's minds. In fact, in the film, we talk about a popcorn man. Bizarrely, I've heard clowns, I've heard all kinds of different things. And so I will tell you that I have a mixture of anger at myself and revulsion for them. And I don't know which is placed correctly. I honestly don't. I'm angry at myself that I could have been so fooled all those times before. I don't know what the right answer is, though, to be honest with you. I don't know.
On that note, we got about a minute left before we have to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. John Yost, Alien Abduction Answers, his documentary about his experience. I know we've talked a lot about the emotion that you have gone through. Do you have anger right now? 30-second answer. Do you have anger about it?
I'm angry every day. I am. And partially directed towards me and partially directed towards the phenomena because it speaks in riddles and it's not forthcoming. That's the truth. That is the truth.
And that is the mystery that we all live by here. Absolute mystery. What are these riddles that we are supposed to solve? It's like we're supposed to know them like we know the back of our hand, and yet there is no answer. John Yost from Alien Abduction Answers. The documentary can be found absolutely everywhere online. It's, in my opinion, the best one out there right now. It tells a real story about coming face to face with extraterrestrials. Hey, this isn't supposed to exist, but it does. Spaced Out Radio continues after this. How am I doing so far for you, buddy?
You are magnificent as always. I tell you, I completely serious, brother. I do not have your skill set. I don't, and I am in awe.
Well, I don't have your looks.
No, I don't know, man. You are photogenic. I saw some of those pictures that people took. You look great. You have a great smile. I always look like, I'm in the middle of a bowel movement.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, there's one photo out there where I look like I ate all $60 worth of Taco Bell. So,
oh, wow. I don't know. I think I weigh more than you. I'm just stretched out.
I would like to be I like my weight. I would just like to be a little bit more stressed out. Look at Nicole Sackage. Both Dave and John are hot. You stop, Nicole. Stop that right now.
She's going to make me blush. Make me blush.
Space Cow says Dave looks terrible in the thong. Yes, I do. Yes.
No, he doesn't. I said too much.
Yeah,
I said
thong
too
time.
much.
Thong time.
Oh, no. Thing-a-thong.
Make us laugh.
All night long on Spaced Out Radio. You want to use that as a promo?
Don't worry if it's not good enough, my friend.
For anyone else to thing.
Oh my God.
I know. This how sad this is, right?
It's terrible. It's terrible.
It is.
Yeah.
But you got to laugh because, man, that's the only way to get through this stuff. Honestly, you got to find some humor. You do.
I remember when I woke up on the table on September 30th, 2014.
Okay.
And I had the little fingers. What woke me up was the little children size fingers running through my hair.
That's surreal, man.
Yeah. And I was sleeping. I picked my head up. I looked to the right. It was dark, but I knew there was light coming from the left side. And I turned my head to the left, and there were 3 little gray alien dudes. That kind of looked like alien head with the eyes, but they had like the ET type of jaw. Okay, so they weren't the prototypical grays. And they were wearing these blackish silver body suits.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, I've been abducted. Rock and roll. Right?
Oh, you were fired up about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I was laying on a metal table, but it had like a massage table where you put your head in and you can, you know, and then I felt this knife on the back of my head, and I went, oh, that doesn't feel good. And then one of the guys moved to over my shoulder, and he started pulling the skin this way.
You are kidding me.
Yeah. No, it was kind of cool. And I'm like, and I'm grinding my teeth. That doesn't feel good, you know? But I figured, you know what? I'll go with it. And then I heard the saw.
What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Yeah, I heard the saw, and I started screaming.
Yeah.
And I then remember my friend Samantha Mowat saying to me, Dave, it doesn't hurt. That's all in your mind. Just let them hurry up and get done, and it'll be over in no time. And the next thing I know, after I heard Samantha's voice, which was probably a cover-up, everything tickled, dude. Everything tickled.
Really?
Yeah, and I could feel them trying to shove something in the back of my head right there. And I'm trying to hurry up because we're running out of time.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, John, I had to piss. And I started yelling at them through this donut, you guys got to hurry up and get me back because I'm going to piss all over your table. I got to piss like a racehorse. Hurry up. I'm screaming at this, like, hurry up, guys. And next thing I know, I wake up with I'm laying on top of my covers. My face is in the blanket. My head is killing me. And I run to the bathroom. Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, for me, we got 30 seconds. Yeah.
Wow.
And I'll be honest with you. I took the best piss of my life. I did. I know that sounds funny and stupid. That's why Lorien Fenton believes my story, is because nobody would tell the piss story.
Nobody would. No. Nobody
Here we
would.
go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. John Yost is with us. We are talking about his documentary, which can be found everywhere online, called Alien Abduction, Answers. And we're talking about his own personal experience with being taken and coming to the realization that the phenomena that everybody thought was just storytelling was in fact real. John, thank you so much for being with us. We have you for another hour here on the show. And I want to get into the idea and aspects of you coming to the realization through Deb Shakti, who has been a guest on this show a couple of times now, regarding you are an alien contactee. This is a new reality for you. And you're filming the process of learning about what happened to you. Being the director, the producer, why was it important for you to go meet other people who have had similar experiences?
Yeah. There are like two answers to this thing. When people think of a director and a producer, they kind of think of some guy who drives up in a limousine and writes checks and that's it. The reason I was the director and the producer is because I understood the material, and it was about me coming to grips with this. So actually, calling me the director is kind of like a misnomer. I didn't have a direction that I was making the film in. A lot of people who make documentaries, they have this kind of end result they want. All I wanted was peace. I didn't know who I was going to talk to. I didn't know what the heck they were going to say. I didn't know which direction the film was going to go. What I did do is with my team, I assembled, with Rhino Pictures, I assembled it all into a narrative that makes sense. It has a beginning and it has a middle, it has an end. Now, but what you see is this journey of this fool. And it's really not a film about me. I just happen to be the spine. I'm walking this path to find these answers. So I, as a person, screw producer, screw director, just I, as a suffering person, had to find answers. And I there are no references. There's no how-to book. There's no MedRx or anything. You can't go talk to a doctor and say, hey, by the way, without them looking at you, like you have three heads and calling you a liar or trying to give you drugs. And that's not what I wanted. I wanted to know the truth. And what happened was my need for that truth started to outgrow my fear. And you had asked me at the bottom of the last segment, you said, are you angry? I'm pissed off all the time, and I'm mad at myself. And I've been angry. I've been angry for so long. Been angry about a bunch of stuff. I mean, part of me thinks, I'm on a rant now, but part of me thinks that I've wasted my entire life. If I would have dealt with this as a kid, right? Or if I would have dealt with this as a young man, would I be in this situation today where I'm so filled with anguish and worry and confusion? And, would I have dealt with this years ago? It would have been a smarter thing. And have I pined away these years? So that angers me. It angers me that I was afraid. It angers me. Now, so I sought out these people specifically for a selfish reason. I wanted to be cured. I wanted to know how the heck these people lived their normal life. How could they go to a job and not be, crazy afraid? How did they go grocery shopping and not be petrified? and look above their head. How could they go out to their car and not, stare like this all around them? Because that's who I was. That's exactly who I was. So I searched for them. And so what happens is you find these people in this film. And as you said, and I use this term as high praise. They're nobodies, just like me. But these nobodies are brave and courageous. And they've been dealing with this and have been able to make wonderful lives. One of the things that people say when they see the film, I think you'll agree, is you see these wonderful people, they're salt of the earth. They're just normal folks. And something so incredible has happened that has blown their mind. They see this and if they like me, okay. If they don't like me, all right. It's not about me. I'm a nobody. But when they see these other people, they see, moms and dads and people with, big companies and global practices and master's degrees and moms and they what they realize is they see, their cousin, their mom, their dad, their friend. They see themselves. And they realize that this is not an experience that's over there. No, it's right here. It's right beside you. It's right beside everybody that's watching this podcast. Everybody. This is affecting people that you know, and you have no freaking idea that it's here. And it's damned important to know that, because it's changing everything. It's changing us. It's affecting us. And we have to be cognizant of it, because, it's like one of those people that, they find a lump on their breast or something and they ignore it. That was me. Right. And then all of a sudden they have cancer. And they're like, oh, my God, I should have dealt with this a long time ago, because it's going to change your life. This is changing our lives as people. I say often that my film is not about the shiny lights in the sky. That's important. Yeah. But it's not about that. It's about you and me and us and our consciousness, our collective consciousness. Is about what we are as a people. Because you know what, man? When those lights blink out, when they blink out, there's only us. There's only us. And we, as a people, we as a race, a sentient race, have got to get through this cosmic adolescence and grow up and stop living in the dark and make real decisions, man. And so that's where I was. And that's why I sought out those people.
Their stories were very heartfelt. They
Yes,
were all
sir.
different. They were all different. Some positive, some negative, some spiritual, some so not so. You had a good eclectic mix in there for what other people were experiencing. Looking at the topic as a whole, what did you learn about ET contactees?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Do we have 4 more hours? Let me say this. I found out a lot of things. And it's hard. It's hard for us to, number one, think about ourselves in any kind of indirect manner. And what I mean is, we are all, by our nature, egotistical. And let me push in. I don't mean that as a derogatory statement. I just mean, think of it this way. Every one of us woke up this morning and we pressed a button and we got coffee, magic coffee out of nowhere. We took a look at this little box in our hands and we could contact anybody on the face of the planet with a touch of a button. We got into a car, and if it was cold outside, we touched a button, it got warm. If it was warm outside, we touched a button, it got cold. We went to an air-conditioned office. We are not part of the world anymore. We have created this kind of matrix around ourselves. And I don't mean anything magical about that. But what we've done is we've insulated ourselves from reality. And here's the reality. We are an insignificant speck on a speck on a speck in the middle of a gigantic ocean of space. And our lives are not even a blink of time.
Very true.
Our egos prevent us from recognizing the other because we can't put it into a box. See, we want to say that's, oh, see, it's easy to go, oh, you're just crazy because it's not part of my reality or my truth, right? You're just crazy. Okay, well, that makes me feel comfortable now because I've called you a liar and now I feel good in my world and I don't have to think about it. If all of a sudden you had to think about floating in the middle of the ocean, right? Your ship is wrecked and you're in the middle of the ocean and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you feel something bump your leg and you're in 1,000 feet of water. My God, that'll petrify the hell out of you because you don't know what the hell is in that water. And that's where we are. But that is so frightening to us as a people, as a species, that we lie to ourselves. We create fables. Okay, so first of all, that is the condition that we're in. The next step is this, that when we have these encounters, or when our kids have these encounters, that's a bad dream. Oh, that's an imaginary friend. Or that's BS or crazy, or turn on the TV or forget about it. Or if you have something bad, it had to be child abuse, or it had to be this, or it had to be that. Because then, you know what, we can at least name it. We can put it into a box. We can put our thumbprint on it, and now we own it. We don't want to say we bumped into something we don't know what the hell it is, because that prospect is absolutely petrifying. So that's the second condition. Here's the third. Because we're so egotistical, even people who encounter something, they, in a struggle, I used to be very hard on folks, but I find empathy for them now. They struggle to wrap their arms around this thing. And then they have to put a name on it and they have to claim that they know their truth, right? And it's just an extension of this ego trying to control, trying to survive, trying to make sure that you don't go back crazy. So look, they're all Palladians. They're all Greys. They're all Syrians. They're all insectoids. That's crap, man. That's crap. Look, in my film, I try to tell little stories because I'm not a smart guy and I try to understand things through these little stories. So here's a little story from the film. Everybody knows who Elon Musk is, right? He wants to go to Mars. So he has a ship, it goes to Mars, it lands on Mars, and out from the door comes somebody from Kenya, somebody from China, somebody from Germany, somebody from who's on the volleyball team in Norway, right? And a little Martian guy comes out and says, okay, who's the Earthling? Well, they all look different. They're all different sizes. They all have different color skin. They all speak different languages, right? And they all have different agendas. Maybe one is military conquest. Maybe one is scientific endeavors. Maybe one is just there to sightsee. Okay? Now, look, that's one ship, one planet. If we agree that the universe has the potential for life and it's prolific out there, there's no freaking way that we, in our egotistical position, can wrap our arms around that and say, listen, here's the flag and this is what it is, because that's crap. We don't own the truth. The truth is the truth. Everybody likes to talk about my truth and my truth. Okay, so that's your opinion and nobody else, but here's the thing. Gravity is the truth. So I don't care how fast your car is, and I don't care how smart you are and how loud you play your music. If you drive off that cliff, gravity will introduce himself to you. Okay? This world is a shadow of our real reality. We are in a world where we are surrounded by other intelligences, and we have tried to name them all kinds of names throughout our history. All kinds of names. And we go through that sort of thing in the film. I don't know how much time we have, but I could talk a little bit about that.
We got about 9 minutes. So we got plenty of time before we have.
So let me say this. People try to say, oh, this is an alien and this is, gray. Look, I put things in buckets of experience. The first bucket is this. Look, as I said, we kind of insulate ourselves from the world. A long time ago, we were people of the earth, couple hundred
Yes.
years ago. We dug in the earth. We forest. We're in the forest. We're looking for hunters. We're hunters and gatherers, right? We're part of nature. Today we're not. So when people kind of venture into that, they see something. Oh, that's immediately an alien. That's an alien. It has to be an alien. It's not. It's not. It may not be. Since the beginning of time, we've experienced lights in the forest, the wee folk, the brownies, fairies, this sort of thing. There's some sort of intelligence, some sort of coexisting intelligence with us from the very, very beginning of our existence. And we don't understand it, but we as modern humans immediately identify that's an alien. So there's that bucket of experience that hasn't really been explored. Then there's the second bucket. You know what? I'm going to blow everybody's mind here. The governments of the world lie to us, of course, and they do it all the time for their own purposes. It's not anything personal. It's like sharks. Sharks eat and procreate. That's it. And the government taxes and they control. They control information. They control everything. So some of the stuff that people have encountered is tech, not only from the US and Canada, but from around the world. And we don't understand it, so we default. We say, that's alien. But it's tech from us. And that's a bucket of experience. Now, here's another bucket of experience. We are experiencing nuts and bolts craft from other places. Now, when people go, that can't be, I hear their egos screaming out because, see, we're the pinnacle of all creation, right? So nothing else could be there. But let me throw something out to you. Here's something. Do you know, good people, that we, human beings, we have satellites. They go to different planets all throughout our solar system. You know what we do there? We take pictures. We take measurements. And I can guarantee you, if we found a 3-headed elk somewhere, we'd come down in Black Hawk helicopters and we'd plug it and we would track its migration and its sexual habits and its diet. But see, that can't happen to us because we're human beings and we are the top. No, it's a bunch of crap. Our ego gets in the way. And that's a bucket.
John, I want to cut you off right there because I want to ask you about something that you said about the government, that we can't trust them. We can't see what's going on. Being an outsider looking into the UFO world, what you see going on within the government and all of these meetings and talks, UAP this, UAP that, in your assumption, what is your take on what is happening from the governmental military side of this subject?
If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. It's common sense. The government has lied about this and it's such a bad lie job. It's so, this cognitive dissonance is ridiculous. Yeah, swamp gas, it can move 600 miles an hour and evade fighter jets. Oh, of course, swamp gas does that. Of course it does. Come on, get the hell out of here, man. Okay, and everybody knows it, but you know what? We want to believe it. Never confuse grandma with the facts, right? So we want to believe it because it plays into our ego that we're in control. We're in control. Now the government, once again, and I'm not talking about the U.S. government, I'm talking about governments. They need to control this. They need to control their masses. They need to keep them all working and building their economy. And they need to have this illusion of control of the information. So what they do is they make nonsensical things up. They just confuse people. And then they have people fight against each other about, no, it's not swamp gas. It's my gas. It's Miami gas. It's whatever. Okay. And what's happened is two very interesting things. All of a sudden, everybody has a digital camera. Oops. All of a sudden, they got people who are looking all around and taking photos and recording things everywhere. All of a sudden, there are podcasts and there's internet. Oops. It's not some farmer who sees it. It's everybody who's looking because everybody records their entire life. So now they have this preponderance of information and all of these pilots and all this other stuff that's coming out. Now they're at a crossroads. So now what they're in this sort of crisis management. How do we get out from underneath lying all this time? So they have to have this kind of soft disclosure that kind of leaks it out in bits and pieces. And you can't blame the whole government. I mean, it's so compartmentalized. This guy doesn't know that this guy ties his shoes. Okay, so say, The presidents know everything. They don't know anything. They know this much. They're there for 4 years and then they're gone. 4 or 8 years are gone. These generals have been there forever, and all the generals don't know because they could be gone or compromised or whatever. It's all a power play. Well, I'll tell you something interesting, though. This is why I say the movie's about people. It's about you and me. It's about us. It's about the audience. You've heard other people speak about disclosure is going to come from the people. And that's absolutely a fact. Because the nuance of this soft disclosure is changing the paradigm. Literally, the first domino starts to fall. And I'd like to get into that with you. I see you're looking at your clock. I don't want to screw up your time. 3 minutes. Okay, so let me go this way. You know, I think of the world in three buckets, right? So you got the shoe watchers. These are people who stare at their calculators and their stock market, and everybody else is an idiot, and you all wear tinfoil hats, right? Then you've got the philosophizers. Now, sitting around with a pipe. Oh, well, life in the universe is probably everywhere, but how could they get here? And you know what? Even if they could, what does it have to do with me, right? Us. And then you've got me sitting at the end of this cul-de-sac waiting for the block party to start, alone. So watch what happens. The government comes out with a disclosure, right? So how does this affect our shoe watcher? Our shoe watcher goes, what the hell are they talking about? I read this in the news. What are they looking at? And for the very first time in their lives, they look up. And not only do they look up, because now an authority that they trust has told them that's okay, they look up with expectation because other people, pilots, army people, government people, have seen it. So now they're looking up with expectation. And now it's going to be vogue to report. And they're going to sit around at parties and go, by the way, I've been saying these things for years, I just didn't want to, it was very important information. Okay, so you've got that. But what's happened is the entire paradigm is flipped on its head. That's the first domino. Then you got these people with the pipes, the philosophers, who say, oh, what does this have to do with me? They say, what, wait a minute, the DOD is doing this? They're using my tax money? What are they looking at? And they finally look up through that whole generation of thought. And they eventually come down to the block party and we say, hey, did you bring your weenies? It's welcome to the party. But this is happening and it's done on purpose. It's done on purpose, my friend.
It's always interesting to me because there are many people in the government area who say, we really don't know anything. We're trying to figure it out. Then you have the people who are like, they've known for decades.
Yeah. But see, when you say they, remember, they is a gigantic word. How many people have been in the government? I think a couple of people have known, but not everybody. Not everybody. By design.
It's a difficult subject to get in because there's proof, but there's no proof at the same time.
You know what? When's the last time you tasted air, David? You never did you? How do you know there's air? Because you see the trees move.
I don't know. You don't work with my friend Paulie. Oh,
does he taste the air?
Well, he can make you taste the air. That's for sure.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Right?
Yes, I see. I see.
John, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we're through 2 hours. We're going to keep John until the bottom of the hour here on Spaced Out Radio. And when we return, we're going to get some of your questions in. Make sure you put them in capital letters if you're in one of our chat rooms. John Yost, his movie, Alien Abduction, Answers, all about ET contact when we return on Spaced Out Radio. All right, buddy. I'm going to go check the Northern Lights again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're not going to smoke, are you?
No, I won't do that.
Go smoke, buddy.
Go
with God. Go with God. Yes, sir. Be safe.
All right. Well, I'm going to remove that comment first.
Thank you.
Here we go. I'll be right back, guys. What a show. What a show going on, man.
Outside?
Oh.
Is it beautiful?
So, hold on.
Sure. Oh, man. That is gorgeous. That's really, really gorgeous.
It's amazing.
That is gorgeous.
This one is right over top of my house.
Oh, almost looks like angel's wings, man. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Huh. That's something out of Spielberg right there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I can't wait for. No offense, I can't wait for the show to end. I'm going right outside. I mean, this is.
I'm not offended. I'm not offended at all. With a face like this, you can't offend me.
I know the feeling. Try and have it be on camera every night when you got a face for radio.
You're a good-looking guy. Good-looking.
You guy. Just say that. You're just saying.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Jarvis, how you doing, man? Miss Dill Pickles, good to see you. Yeah, it's pretty wild outside. Like, I was looking up and I'm like, okay, I'm looking east, can't really see anything. So I poked my head out from my carport. I look up to the east or southeast, and there it is. And I'm like this is right over top of my house. Go to the other end of my carport, and boom, it's like literally right over top of my house right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Great. The Northern Lights just excite me. Totally excite me.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got about 30 seconds here. Thank you, Deb, Catfish, Mindfork, Kira, Donna, Pam S, Blue, Catfish again, Area 51, Nicole, Obi Flett, and Gizmo for the amazing super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you. You can also do your shopping at spacedoutradio.com for your swag, and check the ticker below if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. That's where we want to see you all in Vegas. Get the emails to us ASAP. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway, and we're loving it outside HQ here because the Northern Lights are putting on a show right above us as we speak. Oh, I wish I was outside right now. Hey, I want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us, Clam? YAF. YAF is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We're doing things a little bit different here in hour number 3. We're going to continue on with John Yost, director of this great documentary about ET contact. It's called Alien Abduction Answers. And John, thank you so much for joining us and going the extra half hour tonight. I love this subject, and I we bring a lot of experiencers on this show, but very rarely do we get it from somebody who's not only an experiencer, but also a producer and director as well. And Alien Abductions Answers can be found at any major YouTube type source: YouTube, Apple, Google Play, Tubi TV, Spotify, or not Spotify, but Amazon, Amazon Prime, and continue on and on. I want to get to some answers or some questions that you can answer from the audience. And we're gonna start off with Willard here. He wants me to ask you if you noticed aliens with certain deformities, because if you did, then it's a classified abduction team out of New Jersey that's there. But they were with Stephen Greer about alien disclosure and everything like that. Just your thoughts on that.
I'm not being funny. I have no idea what you mean about deformities or whatever. There was nobody like that. They were uniform. There was only the ant-like guy was the only different one. Every other one was exactly the same. It almost like they were cookie cutters. So if there were entities with deformities, then they would not all be identical. There would be one guy who looked this way, one guy who looked this way, and so I can't help you with that. That was not my experience.
All right, let's continue on here. Let's go to Doug. Tough for you to share, I'm sure. He says, I'm very sorry, John. My question is, do you hate them for what happened to you? Will you always hate them?
I didn't hate them. I remember I told you when my father was so stern with me, I felt like I had done something wrong. So I had a lot of self-loathing about that. And then I hated the fact that I couldn't control my fear. And that has still stayed with me many times. I'm very impatient with myself. I'm very empathetic with other people. I don't hate them. One of the things that I have realized is that, look, on our planet, people have different ways of communicating. We all use different kinds of languages, this sort of thing. And so, our cultures are different too. I'll make a silly example. There are cultures on this planet that if you belch very loudly after a meal, that's considered a compliment. And if you don't, that's an insult. Well, to me, that's disgusting. And I would never, ever do that. But in their culture, I would offend them. And so that's here on this planet. And these are our people. We're all the same species. Some entity from not here, of course, their cultures are completely different. They have a different way of looking at things. Their ideas of empathy and love and all these other things, they're totally different. So when this communication happens, however this is, I'm sure there are shortcuts and things that we don't understand, and we end up having very strong emotion. I was petrified because I was a little kid. But let me ask you something. If you could speak to an elk that just got tagged, okay, and if an elk could speak to his friends, I don't think that in fact he would say, well, those guys in the helicopter, they were really nice to me and I love them. No, be petrified and of course be angry and upset and out of control, and then barely got away with its life, not knowing in fact that these entities, us, were trying to track them to make sure that they had enough grassland, et cetera, et cetera. But we have no idea. And this is the struggle of the communication that I'm talking about. So Doug, I don't hate them. In fact, the only person on this planet that I hate is me, to be honest with you.
All right, let's continue on here. Let's go to, let's see here. Sovereign, do you believe that you were tricked into consenting to this?
In the film, there are some individuals, and there are many people that I've talked to who have said that in fact that they consented to this even before they got here as some sort of a consciousness, some sort of soul, that this was their life plan, they're a star seeder, they stepped in. I have no recollection of that myself. And I don't think that I ever consented, to be honest with you. I fought. And I didn't want the lessons. I didn't want to be taken. I didn't want to learn those things. I didn't want any of it. So I don't think... I think I was tricked, sure. I think I was lulled into a sense of, either by myself or the entities into being pulled into that situation. But they chose me. I never chose them. Yeah.
Let's go back to Willard. He's asking if the aliens told you about anything from the U.S. government since 1940 that they had fallen angels, made deals with them because the guy that started Lucifer Church has done some demonic stuff. I don't know what this means, but I'm not sure if
Yeah.
it's in your parameters.
No, I just say, Willard, all I can tell you is they didn't tell me anything about the government. And especially as a 7-year-old kid, they didn't tell me anything about the government or anything. And by the way, I do believe in demons and I do believe in angels. That was one of the buckets I was getting to, that there are these things that we have named as, ultra terrestrials or interdimensionals. And we have called them angels and demons since the beginning of time. And there's some sort of consciousness that pushes itself into our reality, either through psi tools or through some sort of technology that has interacted with us and then popped out of our reality. And so, but to answer your question directly, no, sir, they never talked to me about any of that.
All right, Bones wants to know if you received any government funding for your documentary.
No, I'll say two things about funding. Number one, everything in the film was funded by myself and Rhino Pictures. It was all money inside the company that we've earned over the last 38 years and put into the film. And it cost us $500,000 to make it. But the second thing is this, is that there's not a single person in the film, not a single person. None of the abductees or contactees, Deb Shakti, Whitley Strieber, who we never talked about tonight, who plays a huge part, a very, very important part in the film. Absolutely no one received a penny. No one received a penny.
The fact that we have all of this going on, and there is so much, debate and rumor regarding everything from the stories to who's involved, what's involved. Is it demonic? Is it not? Is it from another world? Is it not? What do you need as an experiencer? Not John the movie maker, but John the experiencers. Okay. What do you need in order to bring the truth out?
Step one, overcome your fear. Because in fear, you're powerless and you're a victim. Step two, you have got to be able to overcome that, to ask questions of yourself. You have to be hard on yourself because you have to overcome that fear. You have to get through that screen memory. You have to get through that trauma. Number three, you have to be able to receive the information. You can't cloud it with your opinion. You can't cloud it with supposition or presupposition. You have to take the evidence as it comes. And that's how I built the film. I didn't tell these people what to say. I just asked them questions, and everything in the film is unscripted, except for my narration that connects each segment. Everything that you're seeing, none of it was scripted. These people just spoke from the heart, and they told me what they truly saw and what they truly felt. And that's why the film touches so many people, because they can feel the genuine honesty of the film.
John, I want to follow that up by saying, you being a new guy and you just kind of getting into this field, how do you try and stay clear of the drama that's going on in this field? I mean, you don't know the players, you don't know the stories, you're not familiar with My Labs or MK Ultra or anything. You're just a guy who made a film about this very compelling subject of alien abduction, and yet you're being thrust into this world that you know nothing about. I mean, what's your overall thoughts of becoming part of this community, which is so difficult at times, and
Sure.
diverted into their own idealisms?
Sure. I think maybe I'm an archaic soul. I truly believe that there's a black and a white. There's a right and a wrong. And I think that when people get involved, we make it gray. A guy steals a loaf of bread, right? Okay. Did he steal? Yes, he did. Okay. But I stole to feed my family. I stole because my children were starving. Okay. Well, that's all great. But let's get back to the fact you took the bread. So that makes you a thief. Now, we can talk about the mitigation, the punishment of that, right? But you can't get past the fact that you're a thief. You stole. Okay. In this world, this community, I think we have to get to the point where we look at the facts as they are, not our opinions. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm on this genuine, pure quest to find out the answers, and never claiming that I have the answers. Because what happens is that people start to identify the experience with themselves. You know, our society is so, and not only this community, but our society is so obsessed with being right that we forgot about being correct. And here's my example. You know, if you put out Happy Wednesday on Twitter, you'll get 1,000 people who scream at you and say, what do you have against Thursday? And then you have 1,000 other people who say, you're a Tuesday denier. Now, look, we're fighting about absolutely nothing, a superfluous crap topic. But people want to be right. And what they do is they stake their ego. Once again, I think this is like the original sin of humankind. They stake their ego on that answer. And so they can't come off of it. So what I do is I completely deflate myself and say, look, I am a nobody. I'm the dumbest guy in the room. I'm just trying to find out. Because that's the trap. And the drama that happens in this community, twofold. Number one, people outside the community looking in. It's like Monday, quarterbacks, armchair quarterbacks. They could say everything they want. They can hate everything they want. They say that's BS. That's coming from two places. Number one, either ignorance or methinks thou dost protest too much. Maybe you're hiding something. Because guess what? I was a sarcastic son of a gun. And I was mean to people who would have said this before. And what that was is to insulate myself. The second thing that poisons this is, once again, ego. Because then what happens is people have had these incredible experiences, and then it becomes about them. And then they get a little bit of what I like to call Hollywood heroin, right? So now they're the speaker, and so now guess what? Oh, well, something in the government really, well, you better give it to me because I can be the purveyor of all truth. Listen, man, you meet somebody like that, run like hell. Run like hell, because you're going to see it through their eyes. And what you need to do is you need to see it through your eyes. All of us have a piece of this information. All of us are experiencing this thing from our own points of view. We need all of us to put this stuff together, to come out with some semblance of understanding. It is important. It is important. And that's how I deal with it.
New listener to our chat room, Gilberto, is asking, how do you overcome fear?
Oh, man. Took me a long time, brother. Took me a long, long time. I'm still dealing with it. I'm still dealing with it because it was unresolved when it happened. But what I will tell you is this. I say in the film, look, now I can tell the truth about these things, and I can face them as a man. With fear, maybe in the back, but without fear, I can see it clearly. And these things, the way to perpetuate fear is to turn your back on them, because then you can't see what's in the dark. If you ignore things, if you obfuscate, you will continue in your fear. The only way to do it is to turn around and deal with it. And that's my best answer.
It is hard.
Yes,
it is very hard in order to try and encapsulate that. We got 6 minutes to go here, John, on tonight's show. Alien Abduction Answers is the movie you have directed, which can be found on everywhere from Tubi TV to YouTube to Amazon Prime, Google Play, Apple, and everywhere that streams movies. And congratulations on such a powerful and impactful film.
thank you.
Where do you go from here? Because your story isn't over.
No.
And I know
Yeah.
that there are hundreds of stories out there that you still want to tell. So how do you continue this? How do you continue this magic?
Oh, once again, you're giving me compliments I probably don't deserve, David. I, I don't claim any kind of magic or any kind of ownership for anything. But but first of all, let me be grateful. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Thank you. But let me say this to you. When I finished the film, I kind of felt settled about a lot of things. Not completely healed, but settled. And I thought, okay, look, I've completed this narrative about something that happened to me when I was a kid. I've got some understanding, and I feel better about it a little bit, and I'm not as petrified as I was. And that's it. And that's not true, because what happened was, after the film came out, new things start to happen. And I tell you, for the life of me, I can't remember anything that happened during my adulthood. But now that that door has been cracked open, it's almost like this phenomena in different ways, light phenomena, poltergeist phenomena, missing time phenomena, is now starting to occur. And so I have to, it's easy to give other people advice, right? It's easy, and it's easy to criticize other people. But when you're in the middle of it, you got to step up or run. And I have made a commitment to step up to face this stuff. So my first film was called Alien Abduction Answers. And what I hope to do with myself was catharsis. What I hope to do was take people out of ignorance, which breeds fear, to some sense of understanding. I'm working on a second film. I'm trying to raise money for it right now, called Alien Abduction Awakening. And the idea is that if you're no longer petrified with fear and this is going on, you can start to make decisions, right? Because you're no longer frozen. A silly example is like this. You walk into a dark room and you see a shape in the corner and you're petrified. You turn on a light and you see that your jacket is over that chair. Okay, you kind of laugh to yourself. But now, because you know what you're kind of dealing with, you can make decisions. Maybe a decision is, hell, I'm never going in that room ever again. I'm never going in there. Or maybe a decision is, you know what, I'm going to hang that jacket up. Or maybe a decision is, I'm never going to be afraid again, right? You can make decisions. And this awakening allows you to, in a roundabout way, participate in the phenomena. If a light appears and you run away from it, then you're not going to experience it. But like Mr. Whitley Strieber, he turned around and he went toward that light and said, look, I'm going to have the perseverance to figure this thing out. I'm going to try to understand it. And so I find myself in that position. And that's what this next film is going to be about. I'm going to pick it up. At the end of my first film, I say, listen, what is it about these shiny lights in the sky that make me want to be a better person? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why is my perspective changed? Why do I have empathy? Why do I want to know? Why do I need to somehow figure this out and participate? Why? I don't know. And so these are more questions. And this is why I'm telling you, this is a sincere search for the truth. And I think it's incumbent upon every person in your listening audience, every person on the planet. We owe it to ourselves, because if you die in ignorance, you die a fool. And I've been foolish for way too long, man. Way too long.
I think many of us have. But you also have to keep a sense of reality going into it, because there's going to be a lot of railroad tracks that look like they're the right way to answers, but they end up being dead ends.
Yeah.
We got about 1 minute to go here, John. And I want to say a big thank you and a heartfelt thank you for coming on Spaced Out Radio, but more importantly, getting to meet you last weekend at UFOCon 2023 in San Francisco. And I really look forward to continuing this relationship. And anytime you want to come on, my friend, to talk about aliens, UFOs, abductions, whatever, we have an open door for you, my man.
Thank you, brother. It has been a singular pleasure getting to know you, and I really appreciate your work. I think you're doing such an important work, and I hope more and more people hear you.
I hope so. That would be good.
Yes, sir.
Listeners are good. We like
Yes.
listeners around here.
Yes.
Do us a favor, 30 seconds. Tell everybody where they could find your movie.
Yes, you can find it on Amazon Prime. You can find it on iTunes, Apple TV, YouTube. You can find it on Spectrum. You can find it on Cablevision, anywhere where video on demand is. You can find me on Facebook. You can find me on Twitter. My name is John Yost, Y-O-S-T. My company is rhinopictures.com. And the film is called Alien Abduction Answers.
Johnny Yost on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up next, it's Dave 101 time. And then we're going to get to the weird news of the week. Spaced Out Radio continues the final half hour next. Great job, John. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you,
so
brother. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
hope you had fun.
I always have fun when I'm talking to you, man. Hey, I really appreciate you. I thank you, brother. I'll let you go because I know you got stuff to do. God bless you and your family.
What are you letting go?
Huh? I was gripping with two hands, and I had to go.
Double shot. Yeah.
Double shot. Yeah. I'll talk to you later, you weirdo. Bye.
Yeah. I love him. Love that guy. What do you guys want for the Dave 101? I got a couple of topics that I can go by. Do you want my opinion on aliens and abduction? Or do you want my opinion on how you have to watch every word you say? Up to you. Wokeness. Oh, hell no. You don't want me to get started on that, Space Cow, because I know you are a lover of Justin Trudeau. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't insult his sock collection, though. The socks are innocent. Dry Toast, the best name on YouTube. Right there. Carl's not around right now. Although I do feel he's getting closer, just not very close. Gilberto. Gnomes. Oh. Call me down, Dave. What's up, lovey love? Dada, how are you? I don't have SOR socks. I got SOR shoes. I don't have SOR socks. I'm waiting to rock the SOR shoes in Vegas. Ross Dogs, what's happening? You're only usually around when Random Guy is here. Are you lost tonight or what? Are you off shift? What is my wrestling pseudonym? Love V Love, you come to Vegas, I will get you your wrestling pseudonym. But you got to come to Vegas to get it. I'll see what I can do about making SOR socks. I'm not even wearing socks. It's plus temperatures outside right now. Harry Balls, what's happening, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Where's Junior? I'm going to be honest. I get pumped up for the Dave 101 theme. Very authoritative. There's Junior. What's up there, Harry Balls Jr.? Hey, thank you tonight to Area 51 ×2, Catfish ×2, Blue Cruise, Nicole, Obi Flett, Gizmo, Pam S., Donna, Kira, Mindforked, and Deb for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much help. Gilberto, thank you for helping us out as well with that amazing super chat. Glad you're in our chat room, my man. Thank you very much for listening. And here we go, everyone. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again for us and all of you to get off my lawn. Why? Because it's the Dave 101.
It's time for Dave 101.
On the door, it's Dave. Dave, D-A-V-E. Dave's not here. Dave's the killer. Yeah, Dave's the killer. Dave's a mess.
That's right, Dave 101 night. You know what? I learned a lot throughout my Spaced Out Radio career because of what I have gone through personally. And anyone who has had an incredible experience really deserves to have their voice heard. Whether it's experiences with ghosts, whether it's experiences with cryptids like Bigfoot or Dogman, or whether it's UFO and alien experiences. We're going to stick with the latter tonight because that is really a topic that is really thrust upon us within this entire genre over the last couple of years, especially what's happening politically with it and with the military. And all of a sudden, all these scientists who are jumping on board wanting to play with the aliens, but hey, it's not really aliens, is it? No, there is a circle of mistrust that is going around between science, ufology, the skeptics, those who believe everything is false. No, we can't trust a person's word because the human memory doesn't remember anything all too well. No. So it was funny because recently on Twitter, somebody pointed a clip of something I said, which was along the lines of, I'm sick of people asking for proof. Where's the proof? Sick of that question. I am sick of that question. Why? Because there is no proof out there. None, zero, nada. If we bring in a video, the skeptics will tear it apart saying it's fake. We bring in a photo, same thing. We put up live video streams in our bedroom to record us being taken. Yeah, that's all fake too. No matter what the experiencer does, the experiencer is going to lose. And the worst part about it is most experiencers out there are tired of being treated like losers. These are real people, whether they're educated, like Gary Nolan, or whether they are someone who's a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home dad, and every construction, dental, retail, restaurant job in between, and every career as well. Yes, people around the world from all different races, creeds, sexualities, and financial situations are being taken. See, the aliens don't seem to care whether you're rich or broke, whether you're binary or non-binary, whether you're black, white, red, yellow, bronze, if you tan a lot. Okay? They don't care if you speak Russian or English or Japanese or Cambodian. They don't care. They don't care if you went to Harvard or if you went to community college or you didn't graduate high school at all. They don't care that you put, those things on your teeth like rappers do, or if you have no teeth at all. The aliens don't care. They don't discriminate. Now, a lot of people will say, Dave, show me where the aliens are. Show me, where's your proof? Where's your proof that everything is just like you say it is? Well, I don't have what you want. This is why I always ask the question, what is proof? What is proof? Because if we read certain articles, we're not allowed to believe Lou Elizondo or Chris Mellon or the government. You read other articles, we're not allowed to trust the Black Vault, who does great work, or Stephen Greenstreet, who does great work, even though we question it sometimes. No, there always wants to be these petty Twitter arguments about who's right, who's wrong, and if you don't support what I do, you're racist, you're misogynist. Yeah, we're at that stage now. We're at that stage where UFO Twitter's become very politically diverted and, in my opinion, kind of destroyed. It's not healthy anymore. I stay off of there. I stay away from getting goaded into Twitter fights because it's not worth it. But I have a good closing line. Anybody who kind of comes at me, I'll talk to you. I'll give you my phone number. We can talk. But I'm not doing the online Twitter BS. No way. It's not worth it. Not worth it. Because it seems like every person on Twitter now has their own sanctioned goons who want to come out and give you that aha, gotcha moment. Dave don't play that way. No, he doesn't. Said in third person. But getting back to the experiencer of everything, we've been talking about this for the last couple weeks since Rich Hoffman, scientist with the SCU, advisor to Enigma Labs, was on the air, where he said, we're not ready for people. We don't care about the people. We need the science of it all. That's the only way this thing is going to happen. Tell that to someone whose life has been turned upside down by ET contact. You see, 99% of the people who are studying this have never had to look a gray in the eye and be paralyzed with fear. Alien grays are scary. They're tiny, they're weak, but they are everything about what nightmares are all about. Whether you believe in saying prayers to get rid of them, or whether you black out, or maybe they take you on the ride of a lifetime that lets you see the entire universe. We are all scared of seeing them. We are. We want to make sure that we figure out what is going on with us, because as I've said many times on this show before, there's not an experiencer that I have met that has asked for contact. There's not an experiencer that I have talked to that said, yes, I wanted this. I wanted aliens to take me. I wanted them to cut open my arm. I wanted them to scar me. I wanted to be anal probed, like Whitley Strieber. Not a single one that I've talked to has said they wanted that. Sure, you have ones who said, yeah, man, I wanted to go for a ride, and they took me for a ride. I piloted the ship. What else? What else happened? Problem is, we don't know. And why don't we know? Because they're not allowing us to see it. And to cut out a large portion of your support group and population because you do not believe their story, or you argue about proof, or you argue that they are not important to the scientific realm, means you haven't studied the people at all. Or you're so fickle that you just choose to take the negative side of everything. Laugh at it. Make them feel even worse. Imagine being an ET experiencer and your own community doesn't even support what you're going through because they've drank the Kool-Aid of the government narrative, which, by the way, is confirmation, not disclosure. No, many people are not going to see the light of day because of this. We're pushing experiencers and their great stories back into the closets because they aren't important, according to the scientists. Get out of our way, they're told. Get out of our way. We don't need you. We don't want you. You are just a burden to the real information that we are trying to find. Really. Why are so many scientists then following Chris Bledsoe? Why are so many scientists interested in the downloads people got at the Rendlesham Forest case over in England? What do those mean? So just because somebody who is in their backyard fixing up their boat for a summertime of water skiing gets beamed up by a bolt of light and is downloaded with some binary numbers that they don't understand and strange visions of shapes that they've never seen before, we're supposed to ignore it? According to science, we should. According to the skeptics, it means nothing. It means nothing at all. This is the hard part. Being left to the side as castaways, like the island of misfit toys, when you're the ones who brought the subjects to them. If it wasn't for experiencers out there, how would we have a direction on where to take the science? Where to take the study of it all? We wouldn't. Whether that's Betty and Barney Hill or Travis Walton, or right up to today with John Yost's story, and many others. You see, I find it very interesting when we get these armchair skeptics who are poo-pooing the research of scientists, professional researchers, and everybody in between, that this is all BS. If you don't like it that much and you don't believe it, just leave the community. Why try and tear it down like Lou Elizondo wanted to destroy ufology? The experiencers have enough wars going on with their own family, with their own friends, with their own mental stability, some of them. And now they have to fight their community. They have to fight their scientists. They have to fight the skeptics. They have to fight the people on Twitter because of their political affiliation or because They don't have any proof outside of their story. No, it's an ugly day right now for the experiencer side of this phenomena. And I feel sorry for them. And I'm part of that as an experiencer myself. Whether or not ufology must die, according to Elizondo, we'll have to wait and see. But it sure could use a reshuffling because there's not a lot of positivity in it right now. No, we want to blaspheme people. We want to tear them apart. We want to dox them. Why? Just because they have an interesting story? Look, I'm not saying there's not any creeps or bandits in this field, because there sure as hell are. We've seen it. We've talked about it on this show. And we've seen people and groups try and take over. Most of them have failed. And now we see another run by this group called Enigma. And we'll see where that one goes too. But for the most part, we're all alone as experiencers. It's like being a misfit child, wondering where your parents are because all you need is a hug or some love, or told that everything's going to be okay. Right now, the experiencers in the UFO community do not have that. And they're looking for it. And this is why a lot of experiencers that I've talked to, and even promoted to them now, is to go back to old school ufology. The people who've been doing this 30, 40, 50 years, who know the ins and outs, who know the BS, who know the game plan of the government, which is to take control of this narrative. This is why many people in ufology are starting to stay the hell away from Twitter. Because UFO Twitter is a battleground of destruction. And it's not fun. We as experiencers, though, do need a voice. And whether that's this show or others like it, we got to continue to tell the stories. I know our radio audiences want your stories, experiencers. They do. They want to know what you saw. They want to know how you handled it. They want to hear you in your braveness in something that they cannot comprehend. And they're asking for it. That's why radio stations at night are tuning us in. So my answer to all of you is this. If you're an experiencer, stay strong. If you're a skeptic, keep your mind open. And if you just don't believe, what the hell are you doing here? And that is your Dave 101. Let's head to the news.
What time is it?
It's time for Shirky Poo's news.
Oh, yeah, old newswire here. Let's get right to it. A Florida woman is cleaning up at $300 an hour to work as a topless maid. Tampa Bay's girl, Sammy, as she claims on Instagram, cleans 5 houses in a day and also makes tips, which seem to be quite high. She's making around $1,400 a day. Why? Because she's cleaning homes with her boobies sticking out. That's it. Yet for her safety, she has a security guard waiting in the car. Make sure that none of them dirty old men or women are trying to get her. No, don't want that. Sounds pretty smart, pretty profitable. Way to earn a living. Her bodyguard makes 35% of what she makes. And that's a pretty good cut. Now, she says she didn't know how good a job she does cleaning houses. It's likely her customers don't care too much about the quality, but probably the quantity of what they see. Hey, to each their own the way they want to make a living, right? A zebra, or zebra, whatever you prefer, bit its owner in Ohio, sending the man to hospital. It happened in Pickaway County, and the man ended up going to get some medical help. Yeah, officers responded to this incident earlier this month to a fenced-in field that a man was seriously injured by the zebra that he owns. Officers found the victim on the ground with his right arm covered up with his sleeve. Dispatch log said the zebra bit the victim's arm off. Oh my, bad zebra. However, a spokesperson confirmed that the man was treated at local medical center and did not lose his arm. Moving on. While deputies were treating the man, the zebra continued acting irate and charged at one of the deputies' cruisers, which was positioned to block the man from the animal. Deputies fatally shot the zebra in the head because it continued its aggressive behavior. A Chicago man is absolutely furious that boneless chicken wings aren't, in fact, boneless chicken wings. A man, Halim, has filed a class action lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings and Inspire Brands, Inc. in a Northern Illinois court. Why? Says the restaurant is charging too much for the items, which are nuggets and not made from the actual wings of a chicken. What do you expect? I mean, seriously. Court documents say that Halim alleges that the boneless wings are actually not part of the chicken wing, but instead slices of chicken breast meat deep fried like wings. Heaven forbid. There's a clear-cut case of false advertising should not be permitted, as the argument claims, as consumers should be able to rely on the plain meaning of the product's name and receive what they are promised, the lawsuit says. His suit says he suffered a financial injury, $8, maybe 10, for buying the boneless wings. He is suing for false and deceptive business practices, among other claims. You know what? He's probably going to win. As sad as that sounds, he's probably going to win. A giant penis plant has bloomed for the first time in the Netherlands. Yeah, the Amorphophallus gigas, which translates into giant shapeless penis, bloomed at Leiden's Botanical Garden at the end of February, followed by a second plant days later. But they only flower for 2 days. Few botanical gardens have this species, which is native to Indonesia's Sumatra Island. The good news is that there also means that the horrible smell they give off is mostly gone. Yeah, what does it smell like? How about like rotting flesh? The smell is meant to attract flies, which are their pollinators, a garden spokesperson said. The species is listed as endangered. Oh, I could say a lot about that right now. And do we have time for one more? Yeah, I think we do. A Chinese startup inspired by lockdown isolation has invented a long-distance kissing machine that transmits kiss data collected through motion sensors hidden in silicone lips, which attach to your phone. Hard to believe that we are here for sex toys for cell phones now. Unbelievable. I'm stunned. Stunned. Thank you to John Yost for coming on in, for telling us the elongated story of alien abduction answers, his new documentary. We really do appreciate it. And we got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter, hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
Make a mistake. We're watching.
we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. There we go. We's done. We is done. Woo-wee. Sweaty is tonight. Anyhow, what'd y'all think of the Dave 101? Good, bad, indifferent? Did I miss anything? Let me know. 'Cause I'm sure there'll be a few critics out there somewhere watching me. Yeah, I don't even know why I even go on and check UFO Twitter anymore. Hey, Glenn John McEnroe. River Dogma, how you doing? My Flock, thank you so much for that super chat, bud. Really do appreciate it. Atomic Shaman. It's because they weren't going for, TTSA wasn't going for disclosure. That was just the cover up. Tom was played, and he was a happy patsy to do so, according to my sources. And the reason why he was played, because he wanted to get his foot in the door for some answers that he can't speak about. Kurt M., how you doing? But you didn't rock out that video. I know, Timoth, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry that I was such a fool. Go here. Go there. Check that. Very nice. Very nice. Moving on up. All right. Get rid of that and that. Move that over there. Sorry, just getting ready for the downloads. Bring that up there. Bring that one up there. Close that out. Go to there. Copy. Paste. Any questions about it all? Hold on. See. YJ, I disagree with the 101. Not entirely, but in part. I disagree with the not questioning everything. All that matters are the facts, and I disagree with the entertainment factor exaggeration. Good points. Good points. Let's go right there. Oh, YJ, I agree with you. I agree with you on that point. Okay, that there are a lot of grifters out there that are looking to make a quick buck off of this community. Okay, and those people do have to be vetted out. And I totally agree with that point. You know, but the problem that we're seeing, and I guess the problem, maybe I didn't make it clear enough, is that all of these groups, whether it's, you know, the skeptics or the proofers or the decliners or the scientists, They're lumping it all together, that just because one person has been shady, that all experiencers are shady. That's like you buy a bag of apples from Save-On or your grocery store, and there's usually one rotten one in there. The whole bag isn't rotten, but you ever notice that? There's usually one rotten one in there. You don't throw out the whole bag because of one rotten one. You take the rotten one out so it doesn't spoil the others. Yet this field, everybody is treated as one. I don't know, James. I think it's a combination of both for Bigfoot. Well, I think you have to judge it on whether or not they're exaggerating, Glenn. You know, I mean, not everybody is. And I would say that the majority of people who claim that they're experiencers but aren't are far and few between. And I do believe that there are people out there who are claiming to be experiencers, but are actually working for others, if you know what I mean. And by the way, it's that time of the night where we say hello to all the alphabet agencies and agents tuning us in tonight. Hello, my name's Dave. Give us a call sometime. Question is, Derek Galloway, who can't handle the truth? The experiencers can, because they've been down that road. On Random Guy, what's happening? Random Guy's been busy lately. Tony, have you started reading Chris Blood? I haven't got it yet. It hasn't arrived yet. Oh, I know that, Derek. Yeah, I would love to see that. Send it over, YJ. Send it to my email. I'll show it. As long as we have permission to show it, that's all I care about. Scared to fun putt at Dave? I don't get it, Pam Smith. I don't get it. Well, Cat Chaser, thank you for adding to the super chats tonight. Much love for your continued support, my dear. Thank you. See if it's in my mail yet. Nope, not in my mail yet. Oh, Ross Dogs, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Canada's Area 51 is in Alberta. It's an army base. It's south of Cold Lake, Alberta. And what's the name of the base? Damn it, I know this. Not Selkirk. Canadian Armed Forces bases in Alberta. Suffield. Pardon me. It's way south of Cold Lake. It's about 2 hours north of the border between Canada and the U.S. That's where all the alleged weird stuff goes, in Ralston, Alberta. And the other part to your question, Canada's most famous UFO case, I think there's two. One being Shag Harbor. They both happened in 1967, months apart. Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, the crash into the bay. And then the Stefan Mikulik case, where he was burnt by radiation from a UFO. And his clothing and everything is in the University of Manitoba. Great cases. Very great cases. Let's see what we got here. Download. Let's see this one. Let's download it. Come on. Oh, there it is. Here, let's go like this, go like this. I just want to make sure. Let's pause this. I'm going to put it up here. Where is it here? Is that it? No, that ain't it. Where is it? There it is. Share that. Okay. So let's remove that super chat. I will get some more picks tonight, Deb. As soon as I'm done here, I am going outside. Smoking again. I've always smoked. Random guy. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. You wanted him? There he is. Okay, let's watch this. Okay, so we're supposed to be watching this guy in the red circle. Okay, so there's an entity there. And it walks right into that guy. He reacts. Oh, that's weird. I want to see that again. It's amazing how Ross Dogs pops in and then random guy comes in. Wow. Just coincidence or what? Look at that. You can actually see that. That is so strange. That's a good video. It sucks to think that your first thing that really comes into your head, that's CGI. I hate that. I hate that. Deb, thank you. Right. Yep. Amazing, right, Nicole? Amazing. Random guy, where are you now? Where are you traveling to now? No, it's a Dean guitar. It's a Flying V. I gotta clean it up though. My son's fingerprints are all over it. See? Fingerprints all over it. Starts airliners. I don't know if they will or not. That sounds very Carrie Cassidy-ish for me. Just like last year, there was 250,000 Chinese troops lined up along the Canadian border, ready to attack the United States. But for some reason, all the satellites and everything couldn't find 250,000 troops coming in. Thanks, Carrie, for your great unprofessional fake journalism. Being on the West Coast, I think we would have seen a boat or two coming this way. We're working on switching it over right now, Human Carl. Okay, so I will check into it. Let me see here. I guess I can check it right now because I'm kind of have the ability to look into it. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do that. Get started. Yeah, we'll figure that out later. Yeah, I got your email here, Human Carl. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Okay. Cool. Wow. Didn't realize I had this much junk mail. All right. Yeah, she'll get back to your email here very soon, my friend. Very soon. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'm David Scott. All right. Northern Lights are dying off. Son of a gun. It was good earlier. Holy cow. We were waiting for you, random guy, but you've been busy. You may have been abducted and it's Dave's fault. You want to come on the air and tell that story? I'll send you a link if you want. Where are you? Let's find our good friend Random Guy. There you go if you want. Let's see here. I've sent you the link. Where do we go here? So let's go like this. Give me 2 seconds, Random Guy, if you're in. Seconds. It's always my fault. You notice how he said it was my fault? All right, there he is. Random Guy, what's happening, man?
What's up, brother? How you been?
Good. I'm watching the little bit of Northern Lights over my house.
That's awesome. That's such a treat. I wish I could see that in person.
Yeah, I'll show you some pictures here.
Love it, man. Share them.
So they're kind of like pillars. I just wish I didn't have them there.
No, we can see it though. That's freaking dope, dude.
And then this is over top of my house right now, or was moments ago. Giant pillar there.
I see it. Yeah.
And then this one was above my trees.
Wow. Now you send me a lot of these things, and like, so like, you know, people send pictures of their kids or whatever. You're like, yeah, they're cute, and then they send you 20 more pictures of the same kid. You're like, yeah, I got the point. I never get sick of looking at the Aurora stuff. It's so dope. I love it.
Yeah, this one was really cool. This was earlier.
Wow. You could put that in Snapseed and get like a lot of views on Reddit. You could have a whole Reddit thing just on your backyard. Dave's Backyard. Dave'sBackyard.com.
Yeah, that one was pretty cool too.
That's cool, man. That's really cool stuff.
Yeah. Like the cool part is I could even see the red today without the camera, which was really cool. Yeah. So what's happening, man? What's my fault now? What is my fault now?
Oh, you want to talk about that? I thought you were asking why I've been gone. Your fault. I told you and Timmy about this like 2 weeks ago, I think it was. I went to sleep, and I don't know if that's what it was, but if it is a thing, this is the thing. Like, I don't have memories of it. I know exactly what happened. But like, if you think of somebody that doesn't believe in things and they were to be abducted, this is kind of how you would expect it to go, right? So I'm going to share the story, and I know you already know it, but for the chat's benefit, coming from a skeptic, this is one of the weirdest things. And you guys know me. I'm sometimes arrogant. I'm sometimes unbelieving. So if I'm telling you something, I'm kind of like, dude, it weirded me out. You got to take it that I'm serious about it. It was freaking weird. So I'm chilling. Wasn't on the show, nothing. It was like, I think it was a weekend night where Dave and Timmy weren't even doing their thing. It was the other guys. And I had a great day and a long night. And it must have been about 1 a.m. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to crash. Now, just so you guys know, I have a lot of issues. Well, you guys clearly know I have issues. But I got sleep apnea. I got PTSD. I got insomnia. Like, I got issues for sleeping as it is. I've experienced everything you can imagine, from sleepwalking to sleep talking to night terrors to paralysis. I've never even crossed my mind to associate anything of those things with paranormal, because I know I mess up in the head and I have sleep problems. Okay. So understand that what I'm telling you is coming from that perspective of somebody that's experienced in having disruptive sleep. This was not what happened that evening. I went to bed at around 1 a.m. and I was exhausted. And I passed out like a light, because I sleep 4 hours a night. That's what I get on average. Sucks, but that's my reality. I go to sleep. It's 1 a.m. And at the time, because I'm a hypochondriac, I track my pulse, my blood pressure, my SpO2. I track everything all day, 24 hours a day with a watch. What time I go to bed, what time I poop. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm deep into my analytics. So it was like 1:03 a.m. that I went to sleep. Passed out. It's tracked. It's verified. I don't have any recollection of a dream, an event, or anything. All I know was I was aware I was asleep at some point. I'm asleep. My eyes are closed. I'm in somewhat of a dream state. And I know I'm asleep because I have a small red light in my room so that I can see intruders if I have to when I wake up without messing up my night vision. I have everything very situated. It never changes. I was asleep. I was not awake viewing anything in my room when this happened. I'm asleep, and in my right eye only, I have an amazingly bright flash. Like, you looked at the sun, someone turned on a flashlight in the black of night, and directly in your eye, flash. Okay? Just like you would get a flash or a bright light in your eye, my retina burned, right? So it takes time to recover. You know how you see a bright light and all of a sudden you see green, blue, black, a big spot on your eye, right? And it takes a few minutes to adjust back. I'm asleep. I see this bright light. I awake, heavy breathing. My pulse went to 140. And I wake up and I can't see out of my right eye. It's blown the same way as though I had looked at the sun. Just my right eye, nothing else. Now, mind you, I had not been exposed to any light. My pupil was completely constricted, and it was blown as though I had been exposed to that light, even though it's actually physically impossible that happened. Now, the weird part was it was only like 10 minutes later on the actual clock. Only like 10 minutes had elapsed. But in the dream state, I had the sense that it had been hours or longer. Like an unbelievable amount of time. I felt well rested. I felt as though I had been asleep for 8 hours or 10 hours. 10 minutes had elapsed off the clock. And I couldn't see out of my right eye for about 10 minutes while it adjusted back to the normal room light. So I called Dave and Tim the next day and I said, I don't know if I was abducted, but if it was, that's what happened. And it's 100% your stupid fault. And that's what happened.
You got aliens. They're coming for you.
I don't know how to explain this. I don't know. I'm sure your chat's going to offer all kinds of explanations. I was freaked out, dude. So there it was. I went to sleep at 1:03 and it was like 1:12. And I felt like I slept for 8 hours and I couldn't go back to bed the entire night. And I had this distinct feeling that it had not been 10 minutes. There was some weird time dilation, weird shit going on. And it tripped me the hell out. And the more I hang out with you guys, the more this stuff keeps happening. I hate it. I don't want woo. I don't want it. Keep your woo. I'm going to need somebody to like reverse engineer what happened that night for me. Hypnosis or something.
Well, you know what? The best thing that you can do, man, is just enjoy the woo train. Look at Christine. No. Lean into the woo.
It was crazy, dude. And again, I don't know if that's what it was, but if it was, this was the time. Of all the things, I've had some crazy, I think I've shared some of them, some anecdotal paranormal experiences in my life, but nothing to where I was in my own home and I felt like I just had the distinct feeling that a lot more happened than actually would. There's no way I went to sleep for, 9 minutes. Woke up and I couldn't see, and I felt well rested as though I had slept for days when I was running off of 4 hours of sleep previously. It just doesn't add up. It was like somebody gave me propofol and put me under for hours to have a surgery, and I woke up feeling refreshed. It was very, very odd. And I woke up angry at Tim and Dave. That's all I remember.
I have that effect on people. Tim doesn't. I do. I'll take the blame.
Well, Tim by association with you gets all the blame.
Yeah, he's probably better to blame than me.
Well, he's easier to fight. He's got less of a left hook than you do.
That's true. It's true.
I know you've been training with El Avni, so I gotta be careful with your MMA training.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyways, that's my short story, but it's actually this is not meant to actually be funny. It is funny because of how it happened, but this is an actual I still feel like something happened and I don't know what it was. And it's probably psychological, psychosomatic, whatever, my issues. But the thing that really tripped me out about it was not just feeling refreshed, but how does a single eye, one eye, like your pupils, I worked in medical stuff for years. I've never encountered anything like that. I had a physiological response to a stimulus that can only happen in real life, like in reality. And it only happened unilateral on one side of my body. So unless I have a tumor or something crazy going on, that doesn't make any sense that would happen. Right? That's something that goes on with people that have all kinds of other issues. Super weird. And I haven't had anything since, and I've actually had a physical sense. I gave blood since. I've done lab since for unrelated things, just an annual physical type thing. And I'm good. My eyes are good. My heart's good. No migraines, no issues, no transient ischemic attacks or strokes. Like, I'm good. So all the things that could potentially cause that physiologically to have that result in my eye have been eliminated as a possibility. So the only reality is that could have happened is if a bright light had been shown into my eye seconds before I regained consciousness. That's why I'm tripping. It's a for my reality where I live and what was going on at that moment, it's not possible. So I'm kind of weirded out by that. Little weirded out. Just going to be honest with you guys.
Sounds like you need some woo.
Maybe I just need a girlfriend. I don't know. But I'm just saying that actually happened.
Look, all I'm saying, man, is this. If they come for your anal probing, just take it like a man.
I don't even think it would hurt. And this is the thing, I've joked about this in some of my stand-up comedy, but like, I'm a big guy. like short of putting like a fist in there, I don't think there's going to be a problem. Like if the probe is appropriately portioned, I don't think I'd have a problem with it. Like it's not something I'd necessarily enjoy, especially sexually, but I don't think anything going in there is going to, I've watched it comes out of that hole, and it would take something pretty significant to make a problem there. That's all I'm saying. Too much information for the chat? I don't know.
Let's see here. Hey, Griffin, how you doing? Ross Dog says, yeah, don't wuss out. Nicole wants to know what color was the light.
It was bright white or blue. I remember it clearly, like literally as I regained consciousness. So I have no memory of a dream, a situation, or a scenario. I remember looking at the clock, and I was so tired. Like one of those days where your eyes are just in pain, and they're like, please, I just want to go to sleep. And I let it happen. And I just fell asleep like instant, like a drug. And then at some point, I acutely was aware I'm waking up now. And I thought it was morning. I thought hours had passed. But when it happened, as that exact moment of gaining consciousness, this insanely bright white blue light in my right eye. And I was like, what the hell? So I opened my eye as I awoke, thinking there must be something in the room. I'm thinking, cool, I'm dead. Like somebody's in my room with a flashlight about to shoot me because this light is so bright, it's nothing that could possibly be in my room, right? Like I literally had that panic for a second. Like somebody's here. Pop my eyes open, ready to grab my gun off my nightstand, and no one's there, nothing's there, and it's almost pitch, just my base red light. That's it. Nothing else. And now I can't see out of my right eye. It's totally blown, as though it was a summer day and I looked at the sun for 2 seconds. Like literally that kind of green, blue, overwhelming, your eye is screwed for a couple minutes. That kind of brightness. Even though I was completely asleep with my eyes closed and nothing in the room. That is freaking weird, dude. Because your pupil does not respond to that. Your pupil responds to light stimulus. And the fact it was only one, not both, right? So you're like, okay, maybe you had some kind of dream, you had some kind of psychosomatic response, dilation or constriction, logical. I had massive constriction unilaterally. At the same time, I remember visually seeing the light.
And you want to blame me for this?
Every bad thing in my life that's happened with ghosts or sleep, well, not necessarily sleep. Anytime I'm weirded out and I don't have an explanation, has only happened since I've known you. So yes, your fault until proven otherwise. Until I get a doctor to say I have a tumor or I'm, mentally unstable, it's Dave's fault.
Well, I believe that you're how can we put it? I believe that we are at that point where is it going to destroy our friendship?
No, Dave, I love you to the end of time. I want to be on the spaceship that takes us away from here.
Excellent. So that's what I want to hear. That's being positive. That's being positive.
Nicole said guns are not good. I know, Nicole. Nicole, you should. Never mind. I was going to say something that was meant to be innocuous, but it would sound inappropriate. And I don't mean to say that because she is attractive and it would come off wrong. But yes, I feel somebody like Nicole could keep me safe from a energy perspective. Let's just say. God, what an idiot. He's not really laying that game, is he? Yeah, I know you guys, me. I'm just already prefacing with chat. Chat, I'm joking. Stop. But yeah, Nicole's not bad looking either.
She says, careful what you wish for.
I've had crazier, I'm sure.
Mystics Walk says, Dave, stay out of random guy's ass.
I think that's a safe bet. Pretty safe bet.
Very safe.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, guns are probably not good. Like I said, that's my thing. So I am very mentally stable despite my sleep issues, or I wouldn't have guns around me. But yeah, that is a concern, right? You never know what's going to happen. And then, of course, when I have my kids, because I have my kids 2 to 3 days a week, then the guns get put up, right? And I have one in a safe by the bed so that they clearly don't want them to be able to access them when they're here. And so that could throw a wrinkle in things. But I also need to know that I can defeat intruders if necessary. So, and if it's an alien, that's going to be hard to complain to the cops. Yeah, this guy was in there and he was levitating me. So I fired a couple 9mm at him, and he went through the ceiling into hyperspace. Oh yeah, sure. You're gonna go ahead and put this jacket on and come with us.
That's how we roll, man. We roll.
It is what it is, brother, right?
Hey, what can we tell you? What can we tell you? It's all good, man. It's all good when it comes down to bringing the woo to you. Nicole says, I'm boring, not crazy. But Love v. Love follows up with, I'm crazy, not boring.
I know. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe we should all speed date. We'll see how it goes. Come to Vegas. We'll drink together and see what happens. We can. I'm crazy enough to do it. Let's go. It'll be a total. We can make a whole video on it for SOR. We're going to have random guy try to date different paranormal people and see what happens.
Oh. Yeah, we're going to play the random guy dating game in Vegas.
Random guy dating game. Yes, we're going to do it.
We're going to play the random guy dating game.
It'll be fun. It'll be kind of like Naked and Afraid, except with our clothes on. You'll just be afraid.
Well, hey, I've been afraid of worse before.
Yes, ufology is full of nerds. I'm actually a nerd, but I'm a converted like alpha football player / other things to trying to be. My insides don't match my outsides, I guess is the best way to explain it.
Deb wants to know, random guy, what would you do if ET showed up in your bedroom?
Suck my thumb and pee my pants. I don't know. I'm afraid of what I would do. Like I said, I don't know. Give me a gunfight. Give me something super violent or super gory. I can handle it. I have a plan for everything. I don't have a plan for that. I hate not having that, but it's like, you don't know. That's why I said keep the woo a step away from me, because I can't handle it. I don't know what it is. It would freak. When I get freaked out, I'm totally that guy. I'm literally that guy. It's like, drop me in Iraq. I'm ready to go. But you do some weird stuff and I start seeing things or hearing noises, I'm going to become a little baby. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to process it because it's so foreign to me.
I'll protect you, random guy.
Put your arms around me, Dave. Save me.
Mm-hmm. He'd wake up and blame Dave. That's exactly it.
Nicole, I'm not a weirdo. I just play one on SOR. I'm actually a very normal person. I love this is where I get to like let loose and have fun. I gave you guys some good information, even though you don't believe half of what I say, which is fine. But for me, this is fun. It's a release. And it's fun to explore the weirdness of the world and have other people that are also into weird stuff. So like sometimes I inadvertently make fun of people or talk down. I don't mean that because I do weird stuff too. Like sometimes I have weird shit that I believe in, but I don't want to tell anybody because I don't want to be judged. So I keep that a secret. Don't judge me. But it's fun to have a place where you can kind of spitball things, right? Concepts, ideas, fears, dreams, things that you think may be real or may not. But you can't have that conversation at work. You can't have that conversation at school. So SOR it's been a great release in that. I wish that I can continue to get better at not being an arrogant prick sometimes, but it comes off that way because when I'm talking about things I know about, I know that I'm being factual and accurate. So yeah, I come off that way. I don't mean to, but I really do enjoy getting in the weeds, like the story I just shared, and hearing the ones that are plausible and being like, damn, that's crazy. Like, I love that. Some of it's just crazy as shit, and I'm never going to get behind it, but that's just a fact. But some of it, I'm like, man, there's definitely phenomenon going on out there. And just like conservatives and liberals argue in politics, I think it's similar in the paranormal. I think there's extremists, and I think most of us are somewhere in the middle. And there's things that go on, and the crazies on both sides ruin it for everybody. That's my own belief. That's fine. You don't have to adopt it. But I think there is a happy medium of unexplained things that need an answer or worthy of investigation.
I would agree with you. I would agree. Hey, by the way, let's give a shout out to our favorite NSA guy. No BS News is back at home at HQ chat room. Hello, NSA guy. How are you? Jenny says, random guy, we miss you when you're not around.
That's a lie.
Random guy, you need to go on to Tubi TV and type in alien abduction answers.
I don't want to know sometimes, to be honest. Sometimes it's better not to know it's kind of like don't meet your heroes. Don't find out a final reality that maybe you're not prepared for. I think there's certain realities out there that I'm not prepared for. And even though I have an open mind on things and I'm willing to explore and hear and have my mind change, I think things that would totally shatter my reality might mess with me a little bit. And that's the opposite of arrogant. I'm being vulnerable by telling you that because that's a real thing. Some people are not ready for that. I don't know that I am. If there was concrete, it's like on one hand, it's like, yeah, I want to know the truth. On the other hand, it's like, can I handle it? I don't know. Meaning, can I handle it? Like, am I willing to accept it and live my life in a different way, knowing that's the truth? Or is it better to be ignorant of some things? It's like that Matrix question where the guy's eating a steak, right? I know the steak isn't real, but to me it is, and I prefer the ignorance of it. So like we all have to kind of answer that question and find our own truth and what we're prepared to accept.
Well, you know what? There's always good truth. Good truth. And your truth is pretty amazing there, Rand.
Well, my truth is that Dave ruined my life by getting me abducted. And you haunted me out of my last house. And now I'm in a new house and you're getting me abducted. I'm just saying. If I show up with so much as a hemorrhoid, I know who did it.
Wow. Wow. You went there. You went there.
Derek, I don't know, brother. I don't know. But if I was, they were very good about it because I don't have a memory. The aliens that if aliens abducted me when that happened, they were Harvey Weinstein about it. Like they took me in the back room, gave me a cocktail, and next thing I knew, I was at the Oscars. Like I had no idea what happened. They were very, very polite about it. They're like, here, one bright light. We're just going to use this hole for a minute. Thank you for coming. I'm like, but I didn't finish yet. They didn't care. They put me right back in my bed.
Well, that's nice. And what does NSA guy have to say about you getting aliens?
Oh, he said that I'm definitely a trans now.
Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
I didn't say trans what?
Old transhuman getting
Yeah,
into
exactly. Sorry, I should have
the
elaborated that.
old alien game. You got aliens there, NSA guy. He's got aliens. Uh-huh. Gonna bring some of them aliens down to Vegas for us. They're just preparing for the party, man. That's what they're preparing for.
Too smart with jokes. Well, I'll tell you this. I've done 3 sold-out shows in the last 6 months, so some people like my jokes. I know they're not always appropriate for SOR.
I want to know, and I want to record it because I know for a fact that you definitely will be using our material here for your show.
Yeah, it's ready to go, bro.
Just do me a favor. Do me a favor when you're on stage, okay? And you're talking about how I brought all this crap onto you. Just talk well about this good old Canadian kid.
I got plenty of jokes about Canada that I lead up to with, so we're good.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That's all I asked. Yeah. Be nice to Spaced Out Radio when you mention it.
I'm not going to call you. I don't ever mention names. I keep everything random.
I don't mind. Almonds.
Love, I would love to see your comedy, Love. Share it on Twitter. Nicole, yes, you're welcome to come to one of my shows. It's definitely an art. It's actually, comedy is the hardest thing. I've done a lot of crazy things in my life. Comedy is by far the hardest. You're going into a room up on a stage in front of 100 people, and they're like, dance monkey, make me laugh. And their expectation is that they're paying for that. It's literally, I've given speeches, I've been in combat, I've done literally insert whatever horrific thing here. I've done it. Comedy's the hardest because in every other scenario in my life, I'm reacting with a plan to this situation I'm encountering. And there's a plan for that. And I know what to do. Or at least I know I have steps of actions to take. When you're up on stage and you're doing stand-up comedy, it's unrelenting, unforgiving, and if you mess up, you know right away, and you're hated. and then you got to make an adjustment and save it, or you don't, and you die. So it's super stressful, super challenging, and I love it because of that, but it's definitely the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Like from a mental perspective, because you have your prepared stuff, and then the crowd, you have to be able to react. You have to deal with hecklers. You have to deal with comments. You have to be able to adapt if what you're doing is not working and pivot. It's literally the hardest art form that I've ever tried.
I don't know if I could do it.
You could do it, but it takes a lot of. It's 2 things. It's one, it's just not. You just got to let go and say, I don't care if I fail, because if you're worried about that, you're gonna die. Like you have no shot. You got to just let it go and say, I am funny. I own this moment. I own the crowd. And if you ever let that go, they will eat you alive. I've been in Hollywood, Vegas, like I've performed all over now, and I've learned it's savage. Luckily, I haven't bombed yet, but I've watched it happen, and it's rough. So that's why I just like, when I go up, I'm arrogant. It's like, you guys think I'm arrogant here? You should see me on stage. It's like 10 times. Because I leave no room for anybody to think they could challenge me. Because I'm definitely afraid that they would.
I don't know if I could, dude.
You could do it because you're talented enough. You can get by on talent. And you have a great voice and you have good delivery. You would just need to work out your material.
I'm not funny, though.
I think you are. I think your non-SOR stuff is funny. You wouldn't be able to do alien jokes. I think your real life Dave stuff is funny.
Like
That's
what?
real,
I got nothing
because,
funny.
Because it's relatable. When you're in a drive-thru and you order three different meals when we're on the phone, that's material right there.
Why is that material?
Because that's not normal. You're doing things that are out of the norm, and you're just nice Canadian Dave, and here you are ordering, hey, I want this, but with no sauce, and it just, your normal life can be funny. And here's the other thing. The best way to be good at comedy is you have to self-deprecate. So, like, my performances, I destroy myself. You have to. You have to be vulnerable, because by being vulnerable, you earn trust in the audience that, hey, I'm here, I'm going to blow myself up, and now I'm coming for you. And that's how you do well. Because if you don't do it first, then people just get offended. Oh, this guy thinks he's cool and he's tearing me apart. But if you point out all of your weaknesses first, then the audience kind of feels bad for you. So when you go, hey, you think I'm bad, look in the mirror, and then you go after them, and they're like, wait a second, and then you make their friend, you know what I mean? You go through, everybody gets a turn, and then it's like we're all in this together instead of one guy just pointing out how you're a loser, and it works a lot better that way, because then we're all relating to each other as humans that have flaws, and that's what it really comes down to in ironic situations.
All right. Whatever you say.
You could do it, Dave. I believe in you. You know who would be killer is Timmy. Timmy would be great, but he would never do it.
I think he would. He does. I think he's done comedy skits before.
Because Tim is so mellow, his angle would be super subdued comedy. You know, the guy that goes there and looks at the ground and just is like, yeah, my wife left me, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he would be funny in that regard. Like, he's pitiful. Like, he would do pitiful stuff really good, really well. Because he's so calm. His demeanor is calm. He doesn't have an over the top. He doesn't have to make you laugh. He doesn't have to make faces. He could just say funny stuff that's depressing, and it would be hilarious. Plus, he lives in Oregon, and that's pretty depressing.
I hear you there.
Oregon is like, you want to be in Canada, but you still want to be in the United States. You can't pump your own gas. You got Antifa riots every day. Just why?
I don't know.
Anyways, what's the news this week? I haven't watched a single show in a week. What do you guys?
The big story this week came out of the New York Post, and I actually took some heat on Twitter for this because I combated against it a little bit. That the entire UFO story is a complete farce from the government on down, and there's no such thing as UFOs.
I know a guy that said the same thing. I don't know if you know, but he's been on your show.
No, that's actually not very true, because you have seen UFOs.
Yeah, I mean, what I said was the government does not have UFOs. I think the government has relics or evidence, but I don't think they have UFOs. I don't think they have aliens, and I don't think they ever have. I think they have some things, either devices, craft, and or footage that they can't explain, and they don't know what the hell it is. That's what I think. But I don't think there's any knowledge of anything organized or for certain to tell anybody. I think it's all just like, I think they know what we know, other than possibly having footage and or one or two objects that can't be explained.
Northern Nevada is currently experiencing the Northern Lights.
That's not true. How is that possible?
The NOAA Space Center.
How would Northern Nevada experience it and nowhere else in the country?
California is, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana.
Can you be more specific when you say Northern Nevada?
Well,
Northern
let's
California?
say from
Reno?
let's say the Reno area on up.
When has that ever happened before?
I don't know, but yeah, I'll show you. Show you.
Can you show me something that? Not that I doubt you. I just that would be incredible because I'm in my 40s and I've never heard of such a thing. What the hell?
Yeah, see, old Dave's right about here. How about there?
I see my house.
Right in the middle of the shit here.
I can see Russia from my house.
I can't see Russia from my house. There's trees in the way.
I was quoting Sarah Palin.
Oh yeah, she's a beauty.
She used to be kind of hot, actually. Not gonna lie, but not the brightest bulb in the box. So the green band would be the Northern Lights in this example?
Yeah.
Wow. Doesn't that seem odd?
No. Just a good solar storm going on right now.
Huh. So you don't think any of the pole shift stuff's affecting our magnetic field at all?
No, it's normal for my area.
All right. Just making sure.
It's like this.
So what's that hole in the middle? Is that just a hole in the ozone or what's going on?
Oh, look at our man Alejandro Rojas from Enigma. This whole blue checkmark thing has been so weird. I'm kind of embarrassed to even have one. It used to mean something. Now, to me, it just broadcasts to the Twitterverse. I decided to pay to have the ability to edit my tweets because I screw them up a lot. Oh my God.
Tell him to stop being a little bitch.
Or you hate ads, same reason to purchase services like YouTube or Hulu Premium.
I actually had on my other accounts, I actually had blue check marks, and then I got rid of them because I'm like, I'd rather just retype my tweet than pay, because I got multiple accounts.
Yeah, you're a multiple account guy.
Well, I have lots of content delivery.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The rest of the world knows me as that one guy who's an asshole, instead of just the one guy that's an asshole on SOR.
Who's that?
Me.
Yeah. Even your buddy Ross Dogs here says, yeah, stop being a little bee. Whiner.
Am I being a little bee right now?
I am going to suplex you.
Oh, Deb. Come on, Deb. Inappropriate, but funny. I like it.
Bad, Deb. Bad.
I love me some Deb. I'm not going to lie. Deb from the 916. Change it to the 916. When I was stationed at Travis Air Force Base, so I know all about the Sacramento. We used to go down to Walnut Creek and party with like the single moms because they had money when we were like E3s and E4s. It was fun. But that's a whole nother story. Schwarzenegger was the governor of California back then. Good times.
Where's Travis?
Travis Air Force Base, Vacaville, Fairfield, California. South of Beale Air Force Base.
Gotcha.
30 minutes east of San Francisco, Bay Area.
Gotcha.
I did 4 years out there.
Mm-hmm.
Good times. That was the one they had the 3-story hospital with the barometric chambers where I found the goats and the bio experiments underground. That was crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's weird.
No, there was some weird shit going on over there, dude. Weird.
I don't even want to know.
I told you already.
I know. Doesn't mean I want to know again.
You want to know. They're going to know.
Nobody's going to know. That's all I got to say. Nobody is going to know.
Interesting.
Nobody. 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 Nobody cares for me.
Dude, my flight leaves in less than 6 hours.
Oh, fun. You're going to have a fun
But
trip out
I'm
east.
not even tired. No, I'm flying to LA in the morning.
Oh, are you?
I'm not in Vegas or LA right now. I'm in a secret place.
Are you in British Columbia?
Fun fact, I'm outside your home watching you through your window. I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Wayne.
Let's see. Underwater. Everybody's talking about the weather. Let's go. Love v love. Why are you such a hater? You act like you're not, but you're a hater. Stop being a hater. I know you care. I know you care. You care deeply about me. We're intimately intertwined in the caringness amongst each other. I know this.
The caringness.
Yes. Deb, Stalker RG. Why? Because I knew your freaking area code?
Nice.
Nobody's watching Days through his window. It's like minus 15.
No, it's above zero now.
Oh, wow.
Above zero now.
Speedo weather.
Yeah, almost. All you need is a good Speedo, cowboy hat, and a set of cowboy boots, and you're good.
Wow.
Iowaks, how you doing? Welcome to SOR Chat.
I have a passport for everywhere. I could actually fly to Iran if I want. Because I know people.
You're a people kind of guy.
The only place I can't get is Syria or North Korea. Anywhere else I can get right now on a plane.
Syria? You can't go there?
No, I don't have a hookup for that. Well, I could do it if I take a contract. But then I have to do bad things when I get there, so I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I'd rather... The thug life no longer chooses me in my 40s. I've done enough. I care about living now. Plan to die of heart disease like a normal American and not getting shot in a foreign land.
Yeah. That sounds like a better plan.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Death a la Taco Bell. All right, buddy. We're going to shut this down because I got to get to work in the morning.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate it. I will say this. Derek just said, what do you think about Xi and Putin? China's going to come out and affirm their support for Russia as a show of force, as a coalition to deter when they make a move for Taiwan, which they're building up, but they're not actually going to take action unless the Democrats win in 2024. Heard it here first. Anyways, appreciate you, Dave. Appreciate you, chat. Miss you all. Nicole,
Are you going to join Timmy and I tomorrow?
I'm going to be in LA, so I'll try. I'll probably be in a hotel, but we'll see. I'm doing race car stuff this week, so.
Yeah.
Tell Nicole to send me her Bumble profile because I couldn't find it. Aha. Just kidding. I love you, chat. Yes, I'm still an asshole and I'm still here and I'm still alive. I love you all. Good night.
Good night, buddy. Good night, everybody. Tomorrow night on the show, who's here? Amber Rudd. We're going to talk about Haunted Newfoundland. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you all tomorrow night. Thank you to our super chatters tonight. Deb, Mr. Catfish, Mind Forked, Kira, Donna, Pam S., Blue Cruise, Area 51 ×2, Nicole, Obi Flett, Gizmo, Deb again, Ross, Cat Chaser, My Flock, Gilberto, and the rest of you. We love you. Thank you for hanging on out. And we'll see you tomorrow, everyone. That's the show. Bye.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.